Welcome back to Ace Attorney. See, we switched music immediately. Today we're going to pick up from that case we were on last week. As you could tell, quite scary, quite haunted. I might get too scared to continue, but I'll try to be brave. I'll try to be so brave that I could get through the graveyard. But yeah, it's very complicated. We're in a doozy of a case at the moment. I'm gonna do my best to remember all the shit that was happening, but there was a lot. There's a bit of a giga murder going on. Let's continue. Number 179 and number 58. Was that it? There were important numbers that I was supposed to remember and I didn't. The tombstones have numbers on them. Damn it! It's number 139, not 79, you fool! Stupid brain. Doesn't even remember shit. I definitely want a refund on my fucking brain. Huh. Okay. So yeah, we're in a Waxworks museum right now where they are currently in a reenactment of a real, supposedly real thing that happened where a convicted murderer was executed and then rose from the grave. And this is what that's recreating. But somebody stole the head of the dummy. It's so scary, man. I'm getting the fucking chills. There we go. All right, let's do this. I'm already kind of confused. That's right. We found a piece of broken glass inside of the dummy's clothes, which implies he was at the Crystal Tower, which is the murder scene. And the crime most foul. Hello, Waxwork man. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. Oh, you already fucking said this shit, Miss Susato. Shut your ass up. Oi. Ah, I see, but now I can examine the actual dummy itself. Who is, in fact, dummy thick, as they say, and find out more about him. Yeah, we'll take a peek at the camera. We'll take a peek at the shoe-vel. All that shit, basically. Oh, yeah. Last night, we also watched Halloween-themed movie. On movie night, after the stream yesterday, which was a Fallout 76 stream, we checked out 2 movies, one of which was about a Twitch streamer who's, like, trapped in a haunted house, and it was fucking awesome. It apparently just came out this year, but it was really funny. I liked it a lot. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. I stole the camera! Woohoo! Let's examine the evidence. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? Wait. Hold, take 8 steps back here. Take about 25 steps back here, video game. This is a waxwork dummy recreation of the guy who saw this shit happen in the cemetery. Why would you assume that this is the real camera? Why would you possibly assume that this is the actual camera? Did they mention that last week? I don't remember that. That's a big assumption to make. I don't think that's a fair assumption to make either. That seems like a leap. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. And she's also saying argy argy apparently. You really do like machinery, don't you? Hey, what's up, Ameliatar? Welcome back. You got here just in time. We just started examining these creepy wax dummies. I'm gonna look at the evidence though. I'm gonna check out the camera from the graveyard. Oops. Ah! What's happening? Oh, it's Lestrade. She's scared. What the bleeding Nora Odo? What are you got and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be. So, Gina, Not so loud in the museum. Madam Two Spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. They are trigger happy in this game, I won't lie. I think only one character throughout both of the games has actually been murdered by a gun. But a lot of characters like to fire off guns randomly into the sky. It's very American for such a British game. Alright, let's check out the camera. There's probably something really important stored within. I like this old camera. This actually would be a fun camera to have, I think. It would probably be terrible at taking photographs, but it looks so cool. It looks like a fucking GameCube. How you doing today, Nelatar? Having a good one? Having a relaxing Saturday? I've had a very relaxing Saturday so far. Open it up. Aha, it's spring. There's blood on it. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me that by the time the rumblings of his stomach now, he's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikatoba. She just breaks all of her dad's electronics, that's fair. That's good to know. Kids are just absolutely abysmal with actually taking care of electronics. That is real. I used to have a friend when I was really young. When I was probably like 8 or 9, I would go over to this one friend's house, and he had the game console. He had like a GameCube up on a shelf or some shit in his basement. And for whatever reason, it was like really high up. It was like 4 or 5 feet high up. But then he would always he was one of those people who when he plays a video game, he like yanks on it, like moves it around with the game. And so he would constantly just rip it out of the wall and it would go flying onto the floor. Miraculously, it would never break. That console, as long as I knew him, never broke. But it would always end up on the floor at least once. At least once every time I would see him. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Bum bum bum. Blood would not still be red after a decades-old mystery. Come on now. Unless this was the dummy that was taken for a while. I think that's the other dummy, though. I don't think this dummy ever got taken away. Dude, the worst game for that shit, like, was Rock Band. I used to have Rock Band on Xbox. And the Xbox used to have this thing on the 360. I don't know if it still does, but on the Xbox 360, if you like moved the console itself while there was a game inside of it and it was on, it would just like chew it up. It would just destroy it. It would just ruin the game disc. And so I went through like 2 or 3 different copies of Rock Band because like while trying to play with the little instrument toys, it would just like tug on the machine and then chew up the disc. That shit was ass. It looks like blood. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. The details of the camera have been updated. Okay. Dark staining is visible on the bellows. Got it. Very interesting. So this camera's definitely got to be important. Why would there possibly be blood on the camera lens? That does mean that whatever happened that caused the blood to spray out had to have occurred like while the photo was going to be taken, right? Because it's while the thing is extended. So it would have no reason to be out and extended if it wasn't to be taking a photo. Look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Just because we're just logged on to Smash Ultimate, he just got doxxed. Just because we're unfortunately just got doxxed live on stream. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. That's what I said! So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. But then why is there blood on it? That makes it even more mysterious, not less. Huh, that's really interesting. The plot thickens. Because that almost, to me, implies that something went down here at the Waxwork Museum, which would be new information. Because as far as we know, the Crystal Tower, this Crystal Tower is the only current crime scene. It was during this big unveiling at the Crystal Tower, so why would there be blood flying around in the Waxwork Museum? Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Cove's workshop. Oh, cool. The engineer. Oh, it's the dog. He's so cute. What's his name? Michael? I know his name. I'm just trolling, but I forget it right now. I actually totally blanked on his name. You found Drebber's workshop? Toby, that's the one. Yes, Toby. Toby's nose took me straight there. I wanted to say Tony, but Tony is not even close. That's not the right name at all. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there. Cool. Aw, poor Herlock. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Poor Herlock. He really wants to go investigate, but he's busy working as a wax dummy. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words heartened me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then? I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. Sweet. Workshop we go. Ah! B-Machine, you gotta fucking put a warning before you fucking scare me like that, dude. How dare you? How could you fucking do that shit to me? Nearly made me fucking jump out of my fucking skin, dude! What are you talking about, just because I know fucking everything? I have such a fucking brilliant mind that I even deduced, using Holmesian logic and reason, that you were playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate 3 to 4 minutes ago. That's how fucking much I know. I basically have unlimited knowledge at all times. Oh, hell yeah, we went to Enoch's place. That looks like... Oh, another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Oh, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place, and in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the... I love that pose. That's actually my favorite Toby pose of all. The Toby pose is so adorable. Look at him go. He's sniffing the dialogue box. Toby is the only character who understands that he's in a video game. He's breaking the fourth wall at all times. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. Ah, I thought you lot would... What is wrong with his fucking face, bro? He turned into a caricature of his own self. I think he might be allergic to little Toby. I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. What? Just because that is not true. You're a troll. Just because you're nothing but a goddamn troll. You were playing Smash Ultimate. Slams table. Breaks entire desk in half. How dare you try to deceive me? That's why Just Cuzbra is known in the ancient Elvish tongue as Sauron the Deceiver, I believe. It's just one of his many nicknames. It used to be his old Steam tag. Yeah, the dog is so adorable in this. I love Toby so much. Show me your proof. Just Cuzbra, I can't. It's in the VOD. It's in the VOD, Just Cuzbra. It's in the VOD! I'm gonna check anyway, but you're nothing but a fucking troll. I fucking caught you, Just Cuzbra. I fucking caught your ass. He played Minecraft. Just Cuzbra, you're actually getting fucking blocked for playing Minecraft. Yeah, unfortunately we had to go ahead and block his ass for playing Minecraft. Well, Just Cuzbra, how do you feel now? How do you feel now that you've been completely cornered and doxxed as well? I showed everybody that you were secretly the ancient Sphinx's riddle. Thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, I forgot Gregson's going to Paris. No! If you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Oh. This dude built all sorts of shit, man. He built a paper airplane. He built some sort of crab robot in the corner. He built a tiny train, too. Wow, this guy really built a lot of shit, huh? Good job, Enoch. Enoch did good work. Just Cuzbra was set up, dude. Just Cuzbra was framed. That's so sad. I can't believe someone would do this to him. That's the real mystery. I mean, turn off the Ace Attorney game. Now we have an actual mystery to solve. The case of who fucking stole Just Cuzbra's Nintendo Switch. I do want to take a peek at the prototype. What's different about the prototype? Let's try to figure that out first. There's no weird bass. I noticed that part. Does the Mega Horn look the same? It might. No, it doesn't. The Mega Horn looks different too for some reason. Maybe it's just incomplete. I don't know. Yeah, it looks different. Hey, what's up, Nelatar? How you doing today? Good to see you again. We are currently dealing with a new mystery of who stole Just Cuzbra's Nintendo Switch. That's the worst part. The mysteries have now exceeded even outside of the game. Yeah, that looks so different, but I think it's just because it's not done yet. I think this is the framework, and then he's got to cover it all up with another material, and then it should look the same, hopefully. Hey, I don't think there's anything mysterious about that part of the prototype. Yeah, he just needs to put the rest of that shit around it. His kids are playing on your profile. Poor Just Cuzbra. They're fucking, dude, they're trolling in Minecraft and you're gonna get blamed for it, dude. They're griefing. They logged into Dream's Minecraft world and they're fucking planting TNT under his house and shit. We are in Enoch Drebber's lair right now. This is his prototype machine. We also found out that the waxwork dummy's camera, the waxwork of Enoch, there's blood on the camera. Blood on the camera. When it extends, the little extendo part has blood all over it for some reason, so... It seems as though some shit went down inside of the Waxwork Museum at some point. Either that or the dummy was at a different place. Uh-oh, I got bad news, Ameliatar. Just Cuzbra, the mysterious assailant on Just Cuzbra's Switch is probably currently destroying your Minecraft world. I can't deny it, it's probably happening. I'm almost positive that he's currently in your world planting TNT as we speak. What else should I look at? I'll look at the funny plane. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. That's so fucking stupid, dude. Sometimes people just, like, they believe way too much in technology. How could you ever have, like, a big fucking metal machine that can fly through the sky like a bird? The whole point of birds is that they weigh as little as possible. They have fucking hollow bones so that they can fly. You really think a big metal machine could fly? Dream on, Susato. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Hey, thanks, Reanimated Bit!
Hello, John. How are you today?
Stupid robot. Dude, I should have set this game up with a script so that any line of dialogue spoken by Susato is in real time fed to Microsoft Sam, and then she just says the line instead, like that same robot voice. I should have made her speak exclusively in the TikTok voice. You built a Freddie Mercury? That's fucking awesome. Damn, I do want to see that. Sausage Toast showed me some cool stuff at his Minecraft world. His ass built... Sausage Toast is such a god at Minecraft that he built this entire, like, Skeletor He-Man lair. It was so cool. He built this giant, like, secret volcano lair. It was radical. When we played Pixelmon in a server together, he also built a big toilet. Or it was a, I think it was actually a Pokeball, but from a far distance, it looked like a toilet. Well, this model is... Yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. Get her, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke is actually putting her back in her fucking place. She's so stupid. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? Yeah. Freddie Mercury face, that's awesome. That's a great Minecraft invention. I don't know, I've never built too much crazy stuff in Minecraft. I always usually build weird, cave complexes, like some sort of Taliban terrorist. Oh yeah, Remix was telling me about that, Reanimated Bit, the Dark Tide thing. I should try to get into the beta at the very least, just to see, if it's any good. Why are we in Britain? Just cause, bro, this is a fucking prequel to Ace Attorney, bro. This is a turn-of-the-century mystery with the Ace Attorney's ancestor. And he came from Japan to England on like a work-study thing. And now he's a high-powered lawyer in England, solving mysteries with Sherlock Holmes. Don't you remember the famous detective Sherlock Holmes? We just kind of chill with him and solve mysteries nowadays. It's pretty fucking dope. We're currently solving the mystery of a man who died in a tragic teleporter accident that turned out to not actually be a teleporter, if you could believe that. Turns out in the year 1900, they actually didn't have the technology. I shit, my bad. That's what Just Cusmer says every time he shits in public. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, the machine is covered by a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. They're examining it. I've got bad news, they're examining it. Oh, Strive also has a network test? Wow. I actually should try Strive. I like some Guilty Gear games. I haven't tried Strive yet, though. I would probably still main Kai Kiski. I wonder if he's any good in that one. He's like a sword guy, and he's got a sweet lightning sword. An ogre Rin. Animated Bit. What you say doesn't make any sense sometimes, bro. Nobody knows what the fuck a ogre Rin is. Did you guys like that movie we watched last night with the the Twitch streamer who got trapped in a haunted house? That shit was fucking cash. Mother Frogger. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. That was a fucking goofy movie. It was fucking radical. We saw a movie last night about a Twitch streamer who was like live streaming a haunted house thing because he thought it was gonna be fake. But then, surprise, it turned out to be really haunted and he was getting chased around by ghosts and ghouls and stuff. And all the meanwhile, erstwhile, he had to try to not lose his sponsorships by cussing too much. It was fucking hilarious. I guess I'll check out the trophy, too. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? Sholmes is so good with massages, bro. It's like having a fucking octopus crawling across your back every time he gets to work. I'm pretty good at massages, too. I looked up a bunch of, like, little masseuse tutorial videos, because I thought it would be cool to learn. Rockwood, just because it's fucking February doesn't mean I can't celebrate Halloween a little early, okay? I'm like CVS of getting ready for Christmas. I can do it a couple months early just to get in the Halloween spirit, man. You don't have to be such a fucking little hater all the time, bro. Rockwood, all you do is fucking act toxic and be a hater. An Ogren is humans, but they're 8 feet tall and made of all muscle. But they're dumb as rocks and are very loyal. Oh, okay. So they're basically Dwayne "The Rock" Johnsons is what you're trying to tell me. That's pretty cool. Oh, is Dark Tide that game where it was like space marines fighting monsters on the station? It's like Left 4 Dead style? So I remember in the trailer for that, there was like a really big dumb looking dude as one of the playable characters. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record. Okay, we definitely have to check that out too. Or hammer 40k vermintide. Oh, okay. I think I know what that is. That's the one that's like medieval-ish theme, and there's rats running through the streets. I remember that one too. Royal Society Award. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a talented young scientist. Mr. Drober. Yeah, I don't know why Mr. Drober turned to a life of crime, because it seems like he's actually good at building shit anyway. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Aha, secret doorway. Secret door that nobody could have ever spotted, but I found it anyway. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Stupid rebar. Well, there's also a giant fucking ladder that leads to the skylights, so he could have gone there too. Yeah, that is true. Crime is cooler than being a nerd. That's the thing. It's like... it's the same reason that I decided to pursue a life of serial killing. It's like, you could do that, or you could be like a fucking accountant all day. And what is more interesting? Like, data entry? Or hitting people in the head with a giant rock? To me, that answer is pretty obvious. But I guess Enoch Drever is of a like mind. He wasn't just gonna sit there building fucking Lincoln logs all goddamn day. Can I get out of here? I guess there's nothing to inspect. It looks mighty suspicious, especially since there's a giant spotlight at the top of the ladder, but I guess it's not. I wonder what I'm supposed to look at. I'm clearly missing something. No, not up. Not up. I refuse to look up. What did I miss? There's a bright red thing. Oh, there certainly is. I didn't even see that. There it is. Good spot. I totally didn't notice that at all. It's so obvious too. It's fucking glaring red. This is crossbow bolts. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? No, not arrows, 107. Crossbow bolts. Remember the crossbow? So I guess we have placed probably Enoch Drever pretty... He's probably the shooter. There was a shooter in the crowd that fired a crossbow at the hot air balloon during the murder. So I guess that does place him in the crowd. Enoch Drever was down in the crowd. Presumably. That pins him to the crossbow. Which means that secret lever we saw last week was another person. There's yet another person that has to be involved, because last week we saw a secret lever on the back of the machine. And I guess there's another person that was up there, but not Drever. So we've kind of confirmed Drever's the guy in the crowd. Probably. Probably. Do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words. Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drever was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Oh my god. Cool. Oh, it's Slender Man! Don't open the door, dude. We collected too many of his 7 pages. Oh, rats. It depends. It varies from case to case. The shortest cases you could get done in like a single stream. But generally the trend in the Ace Attorney games is that like each following case is more complex and longer than the last one. The first cases for the games are generally like, you could do it in a single stream. It's like, either just throws you straight into a single trial sequence, or there's one investigation and one trial. But then anything after that, it's gonna be like multiple investigations, multiple trials, until you finally reach a verdict. They get pretty long. This current one, I think, has already been at least 10 hours. This current trial's probably been like 10 hours. It's been a pretty long one. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I didn't know. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is the Scotland Yard. What the deuce? Somebody's clomping in there. Oh my, someone is in there. Oh, this rotten, bleeding lock. Oh shit, it's just Kuzra. He accidentally greased himself up and he's fucking sliding around the room, banging into the walls. My dear Grayson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. We're gonna bust open the door and there'll just be a photorealistic Just Cuzbra sitting in the corner like Kronos eating his son glaring at the camera. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellows. Yes! Oh my god, we may have caught him red-handed. Oh my god, it's a bomb! This is just like a Saw movie all of a sudden. There's footprints on the ceiling! Oh, what a feeling! He's walking on the ceiling. He made like a whole miniature for this place. Wow. Look, he built the miniature balloon and everything. This must have been where he planned out the crime. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard noises. You buffoon! He clearly shrunk down and hid inside of the balloon. That's why there's footprints on the ceiling. Fucking maroons. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into the room. And no windows that can afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Are they? Because there's footprints up there. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! You and me both, Gregson. What have we here then? I guess that must have been an expression that meant something very different in 1900s England. Because otherwise that was way more crass than anything else that's been in the game so far. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. No, that is actually extremely significant. Are you kidding me? You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too. And before the fucking bomb explodes, that seems a little bit more pressing. Oh, we don't get the rope? Shit. Okay, well, damn. Can someone observe but not see? Of course, scientists do it all the dang time. If you observe and not see, it's just fucking taking a measurement, for example. 5 example, even. You can take measurements of all sorts of shit you can't see. Yeah, blind people too, they be observing shit all the damn time. For example, blind people, when they come into my stream, they observe me hitting the fucking block button. Get their fucking candy ass out of my stream. I don't know about you, but I prefer viewers who have functioning eyes. It's just a little something about me, I don't know. I prefer people who are a little bit more competent than that, who can actually fucking see. I mean, you do you, but for me personally, I prefer people who have, like, functioning eyeballs is all. I prefer heroes who didn't get captured, myself. I'm just kidding, blind people. Blind people be raging right now, bro. Blind people may be in my comments typing just fucking raging their little fucking heads off at the moment. Alright, let's check out the bomb, because I want it to blow up and give me a game over. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. See, a blind person couldn't do that. A blind person literally would just get stuck at this point in the game. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large... Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Hey! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it is a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. He's such a fucking dickbag. I love Sholmes, he's great. He's such an asshole. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. I like that Gregson face. That Gregson face is almost Kermit-esque. That Gregson face looks like when they used to scrunch up Kermit's face as small as possible. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It's the great deduction! Woohoo! Flipped furniture. Sorry, I had to lean over for a second. I hope that didn't make people too mad. The apology video is coming. The apology video is definitely coming. There will be a YouTube video shortly of me looking really depressed, and it'll say, I messed up on the thumbnail because of that time when I leaned off camera for 1 second. That was kind of fucked up in retrospect. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. He did it again! How does he have such great deductions, dude? Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Yeah, I did. I had to move away from my mic to breathe real fast. I was singing Cherry Chocolate Rain. Ba 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 ba. You know what's weird about Chocolate Rain is like everybody in the entire planet remembers the original, but nobody remembers how Cherry Chocolate Rain goes. I couldn't tell you a single fucking word from Cherry Chocolate Rain, but the original I could do the whole thing. Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. He's so right, dude. That was a crazy sequence, too. That looked so cool. He was actually in his fucking mind palace for a sweet second there. I do remember that. I was fucking hungry, dude. I had no choice but to consume. You didn't hear Cherry Chocolate Rain? That was the terrible sequel that he made to Chocolate. I think it was called that. He made it a couple of years after Chocolate Rain. Like maybe many years. He made a sequel called Cherry Chocolate Rain, I think it was called. And it still got like a couple million views, but it was not nearly as popular. It was definitely not nearly to the level of Chocolate Rain. But the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. You know what band I never heard of ever since their one-hit meme song? fucking Gangnam Style. The dudes who did Gangnam Style, like, fell off the face of the goddamn earth. That one makes more sense, because at least it was a fucking, like a Korean band, so, you know, they would be less popular here. But I don't know any fucking songs they did since then. It honestly might have been a Coke commercial. Now that it would make sense why it would be called Cherry Rain. Cherry Rain. Some stay dry and others drink the rain? That's what he would say. Yeah, Psy, that's the one. Gentleman. No, I never heard of that song. So it doesn't exist. Sorry, 107. $3,000 has been deducted from your PayPal account as usual for spreading misinformation in the stream. But thanks for playing though. Trying to fucking gaslight me, troll. Tell me songs be existing that I haven't heard and shit. My favorite thing about people who believe in the you know, the Mandela effect shit? The funniest Mandela effect is when people just learn something new and they call it the Mandela effect. I see that all the fucking time. Whenever there's like, I see a bunch of Twitter accounts I follow who post like science stuff, and some of it is like new animals being discovered. And every fucking time, without fail, there will be people underneath it going, "This is the Mandela effect. In my reality, there's no such thing as a three-toed gibbon." And it's literally just like them learning a new fact is the Mandela effect to them. It makes no sense. When I was in math class and I learned about fucking integers, bro, I sprung out of my goddamn seat because I knew that fucking bastard Nelson Mandela had got me again. That he got my ass again. The original troll. Nelson Mandela is definitely the original troll. Cherry chocolate rain. That's the ultimate Mandela effect right there. Because it's so delicious. Yeah, people do that all the fucking time. People do that all the fucking time. You'll see it for stuff too, like sequels to a movie that people never heard of. If people find out that like Shrek 5 exists, they'll be like, "What? That you remember when they made Shrek 5 and it crossed over with the Minions a couple years ago?" There was a new Shrek movie that crossed over with the Minions. It was huge. It was like, it sold millions and millions of dollars in the box office. But because they didn't advertise it that much, and you know, people don't really pay attention to kids movies coming out, a lot of people just never heard about it. And so when they figured it out, a bunch of people said it was the Mandela effect, when it was really just they didn't see the advertisements for Shrek Cross Minions. You probably saw the posters. It was the movie poster where like Shrek was just like tongue deep making out with Kevin from Minions. It was pretty famous. It was a pretty good movie. I saw it. But I like Shrek, so I'm gonna see any Shrek movie that comes out. Dr. Pepper, oh my god. That's just sad, dude. How are you gonna do a Dr. Pepper commercial if you're that guy? Honestly, Chocolate Rain Boy is one of the greatest internet sensations of all time, because he created two of my favorite videos, which are Chocolate Rain and the live stream disaster. The Team Fortress 2 live stream disaster from the kid who did Chocolate Rain is so fucking funny. That video is absolutely hilarious, where his mic is just echoing into itself infinitely. That is much, much, much better. That video is fucking classic. It's iconic. Well, the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Usato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Susato's boots are cool as hell. Her boots do not look like old-timey Japanese clothes. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. Of course. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find the room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the automatic timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. That's a pretty good deduction, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I could disprove this one. Missing engineer. There's a fucking chess piece in the background that fell on its head. When gravity was reversed, of course. Conclusion, still a mystery. That was the best conclusion of all. I fucking loved when the conclusion, the actual conclusion, was still a mystery. That is not a conclusion at all. That's not even close to being one. Where is the missing engineer? My guess is that he used the rope to escape out of the window. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain with his actions is above our heads. Oh no. If Herlock Sholmes agrees with me, then that means I'm definitely fucking wrong. This could be very bad. Conclusion, yet to be concluded. Conclusion, still in progress. Yeah, he's not good at making conclusions. No fucking chance. Sholmes is a complete buster in that regard. In most other ways, he's pretty right though, like when he figured out about the anti-gravity device. How is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. No! Oh god, I'm definitely wrong. I'm definitely super wrong then. God damn it. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room. Excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. He's flying! Whoa! Herlock Sholmes is doing way too many tricks right now. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Oh, okay. I could still be right. He thought it happened in a different way, at least. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again just now. For fun. I really hope this ends with him just fucking blowing himself up trying to reverse gravity. I'd be down for that. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. You know, you may think that that was a ridiculous conclusion for him to reach, but remember that in the Russian Sherlock Holmes games, he does solve a case by turning into a tiny ant size and climbing into an ancient Mayan pyramid that was the size of a salt shaker. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for this guy. Da-ding, da-ding, da-ding. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. Of course it is, you nincompoop! What do you think? Do you think the government doesn't have that technology, bro? What do you think Moon Shoes was? That was the test phase. He is pretty smart for that, I gotta admit. Sholmes is definitely showing us the extent of his fucking super high IQ. This dude definitely watches Rick and Morty on the reg. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. That's his famous quote. That is the real Holmes quote. They stole it and put it in the game. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. The original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of the rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. It looks like he got a little boner during this screen, I'm not gonna lie. That looks so inappropriate. That should not ever be put in silhouette, to be honest. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. I like his giant protractor too, that's how you know this dude is a fucking nerd. Pulls out comically sized protractor. Yeah, Enoch Drebber could definitely be in Mexico at the moment. He's just fucking chilling on a beach, for sure. He stopped to fucking hit the gritty on the roof and he still got away from our asses. This is taking so fucking long. We're never gonna catch his little ass. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Oh! There's a code to the safe! Indeed, the key here... Click... is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the pull of the earth. Shut up, Sholmes, you already said that. But isn't this his place? I have an idea of what might have happened, but it doesn't really make sense if this is his place. This is his workshop is the thing. But if the safe code is written on the bottom of the chair, then maybe that's what he was looking for. He was just tossing the room trying to find the safe code so that he could loot the safe. So he loots the safe, leaves a time bomb, and then escapes through the roof to try to fuck over the police. But why would he need to toss the entire room if it's his own room to find the safe code? He should know where it is if anybody does. Yeah, that's the actual twist. The actual twist is that Sholmes is off his fucking rocker. He's actually playing with her little dingle on top of her head as we speak. He keeps flipping her little Pikmin thing back and forth. Her little leaf. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. The thing gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay, so that's not inverted, is it? It's an upright vase. Yub, 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 yub. That's probably what it wants me to click on. The large safe is also not inverted at all. But it's bolted down. So it wouldn't have been inverted anyway. Upright vase! Ba-boom! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe here, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. Exactly. That was a trick! That safe was a trick, dude. They wanted you to think it was the safe that was still upright, but it's got big Lego blocks holding it to the floor. Lego land. Nailing your safe to the floor is actually a very good idea in IRL. In IRL, people always buy little personal safes for their house, but then they buy a safe that's like 50 pounds tops. So if their house gets robbed, instead of all their valuables being safe, all of their valuables are just stored in one convenient location for the robbers to steal. They just take the whole thing. They just take the entire safe. Unless you have a big-ass fucking safe, they're just gonna take the entire thing. That safe would be safe regardless, because it's fucking huge. Nobody's gonna carry that out. But a lot of people just have these like little safes that are not very big. It's not a good idea. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Poor Mr. Sholmes. She said the line. Well, she said her catchphrase. Good job, Susato. But the show must go on! So let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Right, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I think it's this. A safe combination. Anti-gravity device. I love the anti-gravity device. Guys, don't forget to send anti-gravity devices to my P.O. Box number. Don't forget to send in your famous anti-gravity devices to my P.O. Box for the unboxing videos. It'll be a grand time. They got the fucking Ted Kaczynski special guest caller. We've already established that anti-gravity devices aren't reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. They're just talking around in circles about this fucking bomb for 10 minutes. It would be really fucking funny if you just took too long to click through the dialogue. There was an Easter egg where it just exploded in like 1 second. Just instantly game over your ass. I hope they would do such a thing, but they're not going to. They should use the RuneScape fire effect, just flying at the screen. I think for now it's clear we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Aw. Safe combination. I think it's a safe combination. Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair. Look, that's Just Cusper's real phone number, too. Guys, please call Just Cusper's real phone number as well. 555-432-582. He loves it when strangers call him all day and night. It's his favorite thing. Oh, yes. Safe. 432-582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. I do, too. Yub, 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 yub. I'm gonna try and present that, because I think it's the truth.
Take that!
Woohoo! Yes, the reason why everything is in here has been turned upside down. It's because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. Bum, 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 bum. Dancing bubblegum emoji? This song is definitely a banger. This is definitely a great song to dance to. Whenever people go to electronica concerts, the DJ always puts this on halfway through the set list, and everybody starts dancing in unison to it. Choreographed. That's it, but people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, that's what they do. Basically, every time this song plays in the club, half of the people do the pink bubblegum dance, and the other half do the Chihuahua twerk dance. Basically, the battle lines are formed. The battle lines are formed like an old Civil War battle. They just shake at one another. When the day of the draw... Oh, this is the other guy. When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. But people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. Yeah, why would you forget that it's on the underside of a fucking chair? That's extremely specific. That's like such a fucking specific place to forget that you put it. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my— Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself quite requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Wow! To find the safe combination. But it's his own house. I guess some people are stupid. I personally don't even write down my passwords anywhere. I just remember them in my big head. So I guess, you know, I'm just kind of built different. I wouldn't need to remember where the safe combination is. I would just remember it. Yeah, the music is so good in this game. The crazy part is, too, I honestly think that this is like the worst Ace Attorney music in one of the games. The other game's music is so fucking good. Like Ace Attorney 1 through 3's soundtrack, it's like all bangers. All the music is incredible. But this one is really good too. Let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? He did put footprints on the ceiling, I won't lie. He was sneaking around with suction cup feet. When I was a kid, and I would always see, like, in cartoons and shit, they would always have a character that would, like, walk on the walls and the ceiling with suction cups. And I always wanted to do that so bad. I think it's in The Simpsons, too. I think I remember seeing it in The Simpsons, and I was so fucking jealous. I would love to walk on walls and/or ceilings. Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Balloon! Oh my, what? How dare you? Oh, I see. He wasn't climbing on the ceiling at all. He was throwing a shoe at the balloon. Interesting, why? So these are just misses. Those are just near misses. Huh. Huh. Bow, 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 bow. They just happen to coincide with like where people's feet might be placed. You know what that means? To me, that implies that he never actually left the room. Oh my god, he's still in here. In fact, I personally would be willing to wager money that our friend is either in the wardrobe or that safe at the back of the room. Either he needed to open the safe to get something out from it and went to hide somewhere else, or he's just straight up chilling in there. Yeah, I'm thinking he's in the safe. I'm thinking he might be fucking hiding out in the safe. Even if he's the one who like left the bomb and everything, maybe he will be like, I'll survive it because I'm in the big old safe. No. Let's examine this. I'm not gonna present it though. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look! Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Throwing a shoe? Who throws a shoe? That's from Austin Powers. If he's an engineer, maybe it's to get the angle right for his big shot. If he's the one who fired the crossbow at the balloon on the day of the crime, then maybe he was throwing it to try to get a proper trajectory. But if that's the case, then why would you use a fucking shoe, right? Like you'd think you'd like launch a toothpick or something similar. Especially if you're an engineer, you'd probably be like, I want the most approximate thing possible so that I know the trajectory well. Who threw this shoe at me? That's Balloony Box. It's actually a Jigglypuff balloon. It's essentially just a pokey float at this point. I saw a Hungry Box tweet that I thought was a parody today, which was him posing with this like crying 13-year-old child, and he's like smiling really smugly, and his caption said, I met one of my biggest fans and money matched him, and I beat him 3-0. He fucking clobbered that dweeb. He popped off on him too, I guarantee you. Yeah, I guess I present the shoe to this, but first I'm gonna examine the balloon. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon? Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too, look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. But I don't know which one it wants me to present. It probably wants me to present the shoe. But the reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because he was throwing a shoe at the balloon. So like both of these are kind of true. I'll try shoe first. That looks like a shoe that I have in the real world. I have a brown shoe just like that. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah, It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the crime occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instant Kentitius Doshupshan. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here, If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. Ah. That's why he did it? A shoe? Who throws a shoe? If you were trying to pop a balloon, that's like the worst thing in the entire room to throw. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. Use the arrows, you fucking simpleton! Oh, there's no arrows. We gotta say crossbow then. Yeah, throw the bomb at it, just blow it up! Think smarter, not harder, fucking Naruhodo. He doesn't know anything about the joys of using explosives. Lest you forget though, 107, it's not a bomb, it's a anti-gravity device, okay? Don't get it twisted. I know this idiot Naruhodo has been trying to, like, convince you otherwise, but Sholmes was right. That is, in fact, an anti-gravity device. We'll simply have to turn down the gravity so the balloon floats over to us. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than a crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? I don't know. Oh no! It's the head of the dummy! What the? This doesn't make a fucking lick of sense, dude. So if the balloon was like right hereabouts? Huh. I don't know. Because my current line of thought is, why would he leave the crossbow, right? It's like the most obvious piece of evidence that was left at the crime scene, and it was just found behind a tree under the experimentation stage. It's like such a crucial piece of evidence to leave at the crime scene, the bow that was fired from the crowd, that it really makes me fucking wonder why he left it there. And part of me honestly thinks that maybe, possibly, the idea, and this is a long shot, so I doubt this will turn out to be true. I just thought of it right now, but if you're shooting at this balloon, right, which is they set to fly like right here, then maybe the actual goal as well is to shoot up through the balloon and onto this ledge with like a hook, with like a rope and a hook, so that he had to leave the crossbow behind to be like the base so that he could sneak into the tower. Because what we don't know yet in the mystery is how he actually managed to get to the scene of the crime. Like, we get that the teleportation didn't really happen, right? But the body was, like, in the crystal tower and all posed, ready to be found. So at some point, somebody had to be in the tower to do that. And they specifically mentioned that the busy convention had, like, hours-long wait times at the door. So if he was there at the time of the incident, outside, then how did he manage to get inside to do all that shit as well? I feel like it's possible that he could have used a little grappling device, which would have meant he had to leave the crossbow behind, because it would have been his anchor point, basically. You would tie it down here at the tree he left it behind, and then sneak up during the confusion on your little Grinch rope into the tower. A lot of it depends on a bunch of factors that I don't remember, though, such as how tall this shit is. Because if this is big, then this is not really feasible. That would be like a lot of climbing to do. But if it's something he could just like clamber up real quickly while everybody was distracted, then maybe. But it's possible. A waxwork! Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Open it up, I want to see! Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Two Spells model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. Also, I feel like that conclusively confirms my suspicions as well. I'm pretty sure that I was right last week about who the professor is. I'm 90% sure that the professor, the serial killer, is the victim, Odie Asman. Because this is the second time in a row that we've been faced with a waxwork of this infamous serial killer, and it's just refused to show us the face, like very conspicuously. Back at the Waxwork Museum, there's no head on the model, and now we find the head and it's conveniently behind a locked mask that we can't get to the face. So even if it's not specifically him, it's definitely somebody who's already involved, is secretly the serial killer. Because... like, why would they go so far out of their way to not show us the face? The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Two Spells and returning it, sans tête, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. That means without the head, if you were curious. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Cool. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Hang on, Sholmes, I want to try to get this open first. I can't open it. Ah, here we go. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please! I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. That would stink to have a giant metal mask on your face all day. I mean, Wakabi does it every day, but that's just, he's gotten used to it, you know? That's kind of his gimmick at this point, is that he always wears that crazy metal mask of his. The worst part about a prisoner mask like this, too, is that, like, you know that shit is not custom built. This is definitely a one-size-fits-all prisoner mask. If you happen to have a big head or, like, a big nose, then, I mean, shit, you just have to deal with it. You just get crammed in there anyway. That's not fair. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. Aha, I told you! Let's see if B-Machine was right. Press 7,842,633 if you think B-Machine was right and that he's in the, safe. I think he's definitely in the safe. And his location should be abundantly clear. if you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. That's true, he could be under the bed. You can actually see his little butt. He's shaking in terror under the bed. There he is. He's peeking out from behind the book stacks. Okay, he's in the safe.
Take that!
Take that! Did it work? Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Oh my god. I hope he's shaped exactly like the safe and he's just like a little square man now. That would be a great change for his character. Instead of being Sephiroth, he's just like a square man. Twitch wants to remove pre-roll ads from streams. Is that true, Wakapi, or did you just read that on the internet and then repost it uncritically? Because I'm guessing that that's not actually true, because that would be way too good. I would love the removal of pre-roll ads. That shit would be awesome. But I doubt they're gonna do that, because most streamers try to minimize mid-roll ads, which are the only ones you have even a modicum of control over. So I doubt pre-roll ads are going anywhere anytime soon. I really doubt it. Right now, the only incentive to actually run mid-rolls, which is the only reason I do mid-rolls, is that they disable pre-rolls. That's the entire thing. Is like, if you run a mid-roll ad when you're taking a break, then you don't have people watching pre-roll ads for like the next 30 minutes. That's the only reason people ever run mid-roll ads. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Enoch Drebber is hiding inside the safe. It's not true, Wakabi. You're a troll. Wakabi, I'm about to fucking put your ass inside the safe too if you keep trolling me. Wakabi always tries to take advantage of my trusting nature and, you know, trick me and deceive me and stuff. He's a real deceiver. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1 432582 Suzato bot power up. I knew that. All right, then here goes. John, shut your goddamn mouth. Wakabi, I'm gonna cut you into fucking 8 distinct pieces with a chainsaw, bro. When I'm done with you, you're gonna look like this motherfucker, except you're not even gonna be a one solid piece. I'm gonna kill you, dispose of the body, and the authorities will never find you. I have killed before. I will kill again. That is not the issue. The issue is whether or not you'll ever be discovered. And let me tell you, it's unlikely. I've become quite efficient at disposing of bodies. You found me! Guys, we found Enoch Drebber. He does have the fucking Thanos glove. Let's go, Enoch. Enoch, roll! Oh my god, it's a mechanical hand! That's fucking dope as hell. Stop doing that. He's just fucking breakdancing at this point. I like how he's just awkwardly breakdancing with no music. He is, he's a bit of a swyborg, isn't he? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. Didn't they say he was German? I think they said he was German. I don't know how to do a German guy voice. I'll just make him a Dracula, I guess. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork for Madame Two Spells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Oh my god, oh my, just stop. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel? I refer, of course. Straight time bomb face, dude. I don't know, dude. Madame Two Spells has kind of left the building, unfortunately. Madame Two Spells was so fly. Madame Two Spells was so fine. And she just left the entire story. She's just gone. We went back to the Wax Museum like 2 times and she just never shows up. She shows up for like 5 seconds at a time. Pick a voice for Enoch Drebber Sephiroth? I don't know what fucking Sephiroth sounds like. I played FF7 back when it was made of pixels, dude. They didn't even have voice acting in that game. When Sephiroth was at FF7, he literally talked like these characters. He just goes, boop, 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 boop. Ah. Haha, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No! Get it? He said gearing up because he's made of gears. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Whew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Look up his voice from the prequel game. Oh, good idea! Yeah, let's do that real fast, actually. If I look up his voice from the prequel game, then I could just, like, try to kind of mimic whatever he actually sounded like. Here we go. I think, okay, yeah, here's a scene from the prequel game.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? This is Jordan White. See? That's me. That's me right here. And I'm about to do something.
That's what Sephiroth sounds like?
Since I can't really, well, at least I can't get a Happy Meal ponies and stuff. Well, here's my.
Huh, okay, so that's what Sephiroth sounds like. I can't really do that voice, though, is the problem, just because, bro. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna leave him as, like, a Dracula. I don't know how to do that voice. That voice actor who did Sephiroth in the prequels must be, like, a highly trained classical actor, because I don't know what the hell kind of voice he was doing. But that seemed impossible to mimic. Oh, I can't examine his fucking robot hand? Come on. Did he have a fucking, a robot hand before? We saw him in the Waxworks Museum. I didn't see him have a fucking robot hand. In this picture, he could clearly have a robot hand because his hands are off camera. He looks basically the same as that thing. Yeah, that was a fucking crazy performance that they gave Sephiroth in the new games. He said, "Cloud, I will never be just a memory." Which is pretty impressive to me. It's not exactly what I would have expected from the character, but you know, when the performance is that solid, it doesn't really matter what the voice sounds like. Goldstown. I think he looks the same. I think he looks mostly the same. He doesn't have this thing yet. He doesn't have his little monocle yet, but it's probably detachable, let's face it. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we've been giving it the thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. I like how everything he says is some sort of machine pun. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. See, I told you. How do they do it so consistently? It's like every single line he said. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. Gregson is not a fan of that. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose. I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I had written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. Oh, that explains it. I was wondering why he fucking stuck around. It's because he couldn't leave. He was tarped. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. What about the time bomb? Mr. Rabbit Hand? Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside the ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. This dude actually fucking hired the same team that built the Indiana Jones fridge to build his safe. That's a worthwhile investment, I've got to say. If you ever need to blow up your own domicile in order to escape the police, I mean, you never know when you're gonna need it. Sometimes the government starts acting up, but you have no choice. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? I love his dance moves, dude. You have to admit this guy has great moves. This guy is some fan. He tears it up on the fucking dance floor. Yeah, that fridge was extremely powerful, the Indiana Jones fridge. It's also a testament to engineering in that it somehow made him remarkably unscathed on the inside of it. The Indiana Jones fridge gets launched like 800 feet through the air, spinning in circles, and just smashes into the ground, and he just climbs out. He's completely fucking unscathed. If even automobiles that are designed for safe impacts, if that happened to your car, you would be fucking squished up like a fruit gusher inside that machine when the police found you. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for a retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough! It's her! It's the girl boss, she's back. What was her voice? I legitimately don't even fucking slightly remember what voice she got. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensics investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Yeah, I got bad news, guys. There's a new government branch that's called the Forensic Investigation Team that's under, like, the direct supervision of the big guy, the big Chief Justice dude. And, they basically are being so evil. They're taking over every crime scene and they're not letting us investigate fucking shit. So they're gonna kick us out now. You know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Oh my god. Scythe is LTG? Okay. You lot, leave at once! My dear madam, there is no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? What? They were best friends? I'm gonna just assume that they were best childhood friends, and Dr. Scythe fell in a river and got drowned and was like I haven't looked up the story or anything, like I didn't read ahead in the script, but I'm just assuming that like she was drowned and resuscitated by an evil scientist, which like turned her hair white. She used to have normal hair like him, and then like she was taken over by an evil scientist and turned into a machine, which is why she's like friends with Enoch Drebber. But that I'm just assuming, like I'm just guessing because I'm really good at figuring stuff out, so like I didn't look it up or anything like that at all. I like based on the evidence we've seen so far, I think that's kind of obvious, to be totally honest. Hello, Sholmes. Get that ass banned. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out! Get that, she's literally getting that ass banned. He's getting his fucking gem crushed. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. And I would not help but notice that she just so happened to show up right after the time bomb was supposed to go off. I don't know, maybe she's not evil, but I feel like she's in cahoots with Enoch Drebber. I feel like she's definitely in cahoots with Enoch Drebber. They're definitely connected somehow, but like, Holmes is definitely not evil, and he's also connected to them somehow. Like, he's also part of this weird crew that we know about from way earlier. They all have that same, like, weird cross-shaped thing on them, and they're all involved with this mysterious shit that was happening a long time ago. But he's not evil, so not everybody involved in it is evil. But she seems very evil. Yeah, she seems like 1,000,000% evil, to be honest. She even has an evil golden snake crawling out of her sleeves. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Oh no! Oh, I hope Lestrade just blows up in a Lego blocks. That would be fucking sweet. Yes, you did disarm that one. Hey, what are you? That one? You mean... Imagine if the bomb had fucking blown up at that exact moment. God damn it, that would have been so perfect. Damn it. Come on, Ace Attorney. Oh my god, it's in the machine at the fair. Look out! Oh, those bobbies are fucking doomed, dude. Ooh, that's rough. Double homicide now tacked on to Enoch Drebber's charges. It was an hour later that we heard the news. of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Yeah, it turned out it was Remix. He was just ripping ass. Remix was just up on the experimentation stage ripping ass and flying up in the air like Wario. Professor Hairbrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Remix was standing nearby on top of the crystal tower just clapping his ass like She-Hulk and knocking machines over. To be continued. Well, that was interesting. I guess all the police are dead now because they blew up. Curse you, Enoch Drebber! Oh, it's court time? What the fuck? It's time for the trial? I didn't learn shit! I actually did not learn shit. I have no idea what's going on. I still feel like I'm not even close to solving this one. This is a tough case. God damn. Hey, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water because I know for a fact that my throat is gonna get super dry doing all the voices in the trial scene. So I'm gonna be right back. Then we're gonna jump straight into the trial stuff. So sit tight through this quick commercial break, and I will return shortly for more. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? I know that the whole game was like still auto-playing the entire time I was gone, so I just don't know what I've missed. Like, how far behind am I now? The whole case is over, dude. They're congratulating me on a not guilty verdict. This guy's our defendant, by the way, if you're just meeting him for the first time. He thought he built a teleportation device, but he hired that clock man, Mr. Drebber, to build it for him. And Mr. Drebber basically just used this guy to set up a crime. He used him to set up a crime most fucking foul. And, there was no teleportation device, sadly. He was troll. Remix got 3 ads. Poor Remix. Poor Mr. Remix. Did you at least get good ads? Was it at least for fun products, like moon shoes or some shit? Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? He is a fucking goofball. This guy's a total goof nut. He looks like a popcorn man. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, I like how we sandbagged Sholmes so fucking hard. We just completely ignored that he's here entirely. That's awesome. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclaim, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, it's Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, Dude, at the fucking, what do you call it? Waking up in the morning game? It was like a month ago probably, I bought a new alarm. And it was a fucking game changer for me, dude. I was usually just like Herlock Sholmes style. I had to set like 80 alarms for myself. But, like, now it's totally fine. I bought that weird light alarm thing. There's a new style of alarm that's like a light that slowly starts getting brighter as it gets closer to when you're supposed to wake up. That shit is a total game changer for me. I don't know why. But like regular alarms just barely work on me. And that thing is goated. I usually wake up before it actually goes off because it just gets so bright that I wake up naturally from it. Axe of Godfrey is good. Let's go, baby. I'm so glad about that. Honestly, like, great axes were fun, even before the patch. They weren't good, but they were usable. Like, especially on a good connection. They were really good for roll catching and shit. And, trading, but... I can't wait to try them out after the patch. They got buffed because they're technically, like, a great weapon, right? So they probably swing faster now, shit, too. Yeah, now they have... Like, they're gonna be... They're gonna be better than, a lot of shit. Oh, that one? That one? Wow, I'm shocked. Yeah, that is more shocking. Yeah, I really gotta try out the actual Colossals then, shit. It has a way better weapon art though, so I guess that's one thing it has going for it. I'm surprised it's good now. That's funny. Yeah, I wake up, now I do. I never used to wake up before my alarm. I never used to wake up before my alarm. But, now I do. Now I always wake up before my alarm. It's pretty good. Dude, I used to wake up on like the second or third alarm. I would set an alarm for like 5 minutes before I was supposed to wake up because I would never wake up on the first one. And then like the second one would usually wake me up. Dang, it's got combos too on a Colossal? Hell yeah. That's awesome. It's a cool looking axe too, so I'm glad it's good. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. He's having a nerd out, dude. He's having a nerdgasm from scritching on the back of his head so much. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Dang. Oh, and guess what? Guess what name it's gonna say on the professor's autopsy report? It's gonna say Courtney Scythe, because she's got Court Scythe seats to all the murders. I figured it all out. Really, I hate lying in bed after waking up, because it makes me so tired. I usually have to get up right away and just get in the shower. I do check my email before I, like, get up. I'll always check my email first to make sure I didn't get anything too alarming while I was asleep. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Ba-ba, dee-dee, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Courtney Stevens. I was wrong. Courtney Stevens? But this is Courtney Scythe. Huh? I guess it could have been before she was married. Maybe she's married now. Yeah, maybe she's married now. Maybe. Or maybe she was married then and she isn't married now. Women be crazy like that. Women always be changing their names and shit, dude. It doesn't make any sense. Women get married and all of a sudden you have a whole new last name? I don't think so. I'm not gonna fucking remember that. Yeah, that, like, Rapier, I think you actually can't win if they get in on you. That's the thing. Especially now that poise isn't really a thing. Like, maybe before you could poise trade, but it's just too fast. It's just too fast. They can just be on you. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly Lord of the Yard are just doing what we can. The shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Poor Greggy. He got roasted. This dude looks like a fish with a popcorn for a head, dude. Yeah, I feel like if I was a lady and I got married, I probably wouldn't change my last name either. Or I would do it the Mexican way where they just take 2 last names and jam them together. That's always a classic too. Though that does get confusing extremely fast. Join us with @Markiplier on November 13th as he and his mom adventure to North Korea. That's not real, Remix. You fucking made it up. You sick bastard. Markiplier would never go to North Korea. It would be a great video series, though. He should do, like, a Markiplier in space, but it's Markiplier as a political prisoner in North Korea. And, like, you have to do different torture methods. You have to choose whether you're gonna waterboard him or, like, whip his nuts like that, You remember that movie with James Bond where they start whipping his nuts in the casino? They should do that to Markiplier, too. Markiplier does it to him. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today, we're gonna lay all this to rest at last. This is it? Oh, we might be able to finish the case today. Hell yeah. We still got like 3 hours left. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be there today, will he? You know what especially sucks too? Is when people have cool names and then they have to change their name because they got married. Some people have cool names and then they get married and they change their name to something that sucks. Like your name used to be Julia Jefferson and then you're Julia Roberts. Nobody's ever heard of a name like Julia Roberts before. But you had that nice double sound, the JJ, and then you get it changed. That shit sucks. I suppose he'll be there today, will he? Trevor! Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. Yeah, we did a good job. We found him hiding in a safe, if you could believe that. Yeah, that does suck too. When you have to give somebody a boring last name. I have a cool last name, so at least whoever marries me will be like, at least I get a dope last name out of it. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Oh, it's playing the cool song. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, I actually thought there was gonna be at least one more, like, investigation sequence, because I don't feel like I'm ready to finish yet. Like, I don't have any of the answers, I feel like. It's... so much is up in the air still. There are so many moving parts in this case that I just don't get. Huh. I'm definitely lost on this one, I won't lie. Maybe this will be our first game over. Maybe this will be our first game over of the playthrough. Nah, hopefully we'll be fine. 24th October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. It's not 24th October in real life, you stupid game. We're still like 2 weeks too early for this case. B-Machine, the fucking, the Sir Toastman streams are so doomed for like the next week. I was watching his stream and my fucking heart dropped. Because he is in the Persona 4 real life stream session of the midterms in Persona 4. It's all gonna be 2-minute streams for like an entire week. That game has like a midterms week where you literally just go in, answer one single trivia question, and then the day ends. It's gonna be 2-minute streams for like an entire week. It's not fair. I feel so bad for poor Mr. Toastman. It would definitely be playing the sad Ace Attorney music right now if he was here in real life. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh my god, he brought a little helper. He brought his little cat boy helper to help him out. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Suzato also has memory loss, but that's just because of my bowling ball on the doorway prank. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I agree, this is gonna be complicated as hell. He cut off the cork for him. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear that the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearying. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. It's the corn demon. The corn demon is so adorable, dude. Look at her go. She's back at it again.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, is it?
I love the typewriter. The typewriter sound is such a good touch. Let's go, Corn Demon. Corn Demon's popping off right now. She's eating so much corn. How do you hate the Corn Demon? She's awesome. Look at her go. She's just chowing down on that shit. Was it like this about, eh? Was it like this at all? If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. His own bidet? Let's go, Twitch streamer bidet. That's a great product idea. Listen, there's a giant market waiting to be exploited in America. Whoever can invent the first bidet that appeals to Americans is going to make an ungodly amount of money. That is actually true. The problem is it's definitely going to be a big company like GE. No random dude who's just building it in his fucking basement is going to be the one, sadly. But it is good. It's going to happen, probably. Bidets are like very popular in other parts of the world, but for some reason they just never became a thing in America. And if you can convince Americans to buy them, there are hundreds of millions of homes where they'll need to be installed. So you can make a fucking killing if you're the one who does it. But you'd have to have a fucking good-ass marketing team, because, like, nobody wants to... I don't want to fuck a bidet. For some reason, it's gay. For some reason, owning a bidet is extremely gay, and I don't know why. But it just is, though. So it's hard to convince Americans to buy it. What you'll have to do is call it the Thomas Jefferson bidet, and have it shoot, like, red, white, and blue water, and have it look like a monster truck. And then maybe people will buy it. If you can convince people that it's like protesting against tyranny, then they'll buy it. Have a t-shirt that says "come and take it," and it just shows a bidet spraying water into some dude's asshole. And then people will buy it. And then Americans will actually buy it. Bidets, they're literally what B-Machine just said. It cleans your ass. It's like a thing that goes in your toilet and then it shoots water at your ass and cleans it after you use the bathroom. It's quite disgusting, but they're apparently pretty efficient, and a lot of countries have them, but it never took off in America. So there's tons of market space for it if you can convince people to buy it. There's tons of markiplier for it. You can make a lot of money if you can convince people to buy them, but nobody's gonna buy them because it's nasty. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. Blasted to smithers? I believe he means to say smithereens. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Oh my god, look, it did open up like a trapdoor. It's the Prestige. At least that confirms that it opens up, because we didn't have that confirmation before. Now we can point to that as evidence. Is that true? I didn't even know it did that. That's so disgusting. I don't want toilet water anywhere near my eggplant. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Okay, cool. So the shit got blown away. Let's check it out. Let's look at the picture, see if there's anything interesting. I think the only thing of import here is that the floor opened up. Everything else looks kind of how it should, probably, as far as I could tell. Am I on top of something? No. The crates appear to still be there as well. Which is, I guess, kind of suspicious, because why would the wooden crates not have been destroyed? Did the giant explosion? But then again, we can't even see the crates in this photo, so I guess they're probably not important at all. I really thought the crates were going to be important, but I don't think they are. Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. No, but it looked so authentic. A dragon claw. Oh, really? Huh. That's fucking awesome. Dang. I didn't know that would be a thing at all. I'll have to take off all of my armor to do that, but I will still try. That's gotta do mondo damage. Thank God they reduced the damage numbers, because otherwise that, in the old patch, that probably would have actually just been like a one-shot combo. R2 on a great axe into a fucking L1 power stance with great axes. That shit would have hurted. Indeed! A most unfortunate state of affairs. I love this new patch. The new Elden Ring patch is the fucking best thing since sliced bread. I really hope that the DLC drops when the game's in a way better state, then people will probably actually come back to it. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and ultimately caused the loss of control. Oh my god. But what about the secret lever? It's not there. Wasn't there a secret lever? I'm pretty sure there was a secret lever at some point. I seen it. I saw it all happen. I saw the lever, I saw how secret it was and everything. Huh. What could have happened to it? I don't know where it went. You know what I always respected about Sherlock Holmes? And that sort of like criminal investigator guy? Was that they're not necessarily like very moral characters, they just think it's fun. They just think it's really fun to like solve crimes and catch criminals. It's like a game to them. I always found that to be a compelling character trait. Okay, so it was the accused himself who was operating the machine. Huh. I don't see the secret lever. I don't see it anywhere. But we saw it last week at the actual scene of the crime. I could have sworn we saw it hiding behind the machine. Maybe it's a little further off. Maybe it's still obscured by this angle. I don't know. Yeah, that is true. That's the Elden Ring classic, is some combos will just drop anyway because of the lag. At least the co-op mod's good for that. The co-op mod PvP was so fucking good, it was crazy. It was like 1-to-1, it was so reactive.
Objection!
He caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the event that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Yeah, mosquito! Fucking mosquito in the room. It's flying around my head and shit! Pissing me off. Yeah, rapier is probably a good breakpoint to have, because if you can at least trade into a rapier once per poise buildup, that's not bad. Because they are really scary. If you don't have enough to poise them, you just will pretty much lose. Because once they get in on you, they can just chase you down. Thank you, counsels, especially with spear talisman and shit. Like, they don't have to worry about trading, really. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Get Yoda to eat it. I should. Yoda would eat the fuck out of this stupid mosquito. The mosquito would not stand a damn chance. I'm gonna shoot my bidet at the mosquito. It's Enoch, he's coming in. Yeah, I could see that. I think that one thing that happened to Rapier was like, it got a sleeper buff. It had a subtle buff by all the poise being, like, lesser now. The fact that poise is now less useful, like you can't just be a full bull goat, that was like a sleeper buff to smaller weapons, which is a good thing. But the unintended consequence is that Rapier's got a lot stronger as a result. It's harder to build around them now. State your name and occupation to the court. Before this patch, you could kind of bully Rapiers if you had poise. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same. It's the Corn Demon! Corn Demon! I'm popping off for the Corn Demon, dude. The Corn Demon is so adorable. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Uh-oh. That's so cool, man. I wish I had a giant golden robot hand. I don't even need like a robotic hand because both of my hands work perfectly well. But I would definitely amputate one of my hands just to get it replaced with a sweet golden robot hand. No question, are you kidding me? One human hand is still plenty enough for all human hand activities. And then anything that would benefit having a giant augmented robot strength, you'd be able to do so easily with a robot hand. That shit would be cash. I would probably go so far as to take an entire robot arm. I don't know, I'd have to think more about that one though. Because losing a whole arm is a lot. Losing just a hand, I would definitely take at least forearm through hand. At least forearm through hand would be fine. But up to the shoulder, that's a lot. Up to the shoulder is a lot. An amazing device, if you ask me. The only problem is if you just take forearm through hand, you don't get that much new power out of it. You kind of need the whole arm. Because otherwise you would still have your weak-ass human shoulders and biceps holding you back. That is true, Noinator. Sometimes you actually do get golden robot hands. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow in a very Home Alone-esque situation, is definitely going to be very It's a Wonderful Life, except this time It's a Wonderful Golden Robot Hand is the name of the game. I'm going to try to fucking pick up a coffee mug and just snap off the little handle. An amazing device, if you ask me. That is true. Well, robot hand would have to be left hand. I would never give up my primary hand. Because if your robot hand was left hand, then like all you'd have to do is not destroy the control stick, which wouldn't be as hard. Yeah, you could probably put little algorithms in your robot hand. You could like, if you were playing fighting games, you would become a god overnight because you could input shit really fucking fast. You'd never drop combos. It would be pretty good. It would be pretty good for that stuff. But for the whole not destroying your controller thing. But the worst, here's the growing pains of getting used to a robot hand that would instantly make it not worth it is the first time you go to like adjust your balls with the robot hand for the first time, when you're not thinking about it, you'll just accidentally rip them off. You would definitely accidentally remove your own nuts. A degloving of the scrotum as it's known. That would not be great. That part's not good at all. An amazing device if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say? I'm definitely super not left-handed. I don't even know many left-handed people, to be honest. Left-handedness is so rare. It's frightening. Left-handed people definitely got their brain put on backwards. Good gracious, do you mean to say? When I broke my arm when I was in middle school. Like really badly. I just completely fractured both bones leading into my wrist, like right at the wrist. I didn't break my wrist, thank God, because that's a much worse break, but I didn't break both bones right at the wrist, so like my right arm was completely useless for a couple months. And so I got pretty good. There's certain tasks that I can do with my left hand just because of that I otherwise would not be able to do, like dexterous activities. But I still can't, like writing with my left hand, I still can't do it all. I could barely write with my right hand though, to be fair, because I barely know English. That the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
Objection. But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. As Joy-Cons. I didn't think about that, like control sticks and shit? Yeah, that is true. I wonder how my left hand can do that if it can't even write with a fucking pencil. Oh, that is true, huh? In the old days, when people were left-handed, the schools wouldn't even care. Like, they would just make you learn to write and shit with the right hand anyway. So left-handed people would just have terrible handwriting. But now at least they do have, like, left-handed scissors, and they let you write left-handed. That is pretty convenient. That's a good turn of events for the left-handed community. We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. You know what else is hard being left-handed? Musician stuff. A lot of musical instruments, you have to get those special ordered as well if you're a lefty. Or at least, modified. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Okay, fine, give us the demonstration. The Kinesis Machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No, but they had a fucking waxwork dummy. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Curse you, Enoch. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. to give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through the conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science? Oh my god, he's so evil. He's trying to throw my poor defendant under the bus for no reason. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. So what am I trying to even disprove here? The kinesis machine. I met the young professor. Oh, this is new. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago. He provided me with the blueprints. This is not new. This is what he just fucking said. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Okay, we should press this, because we know that there could have been a body double because of the wax dummies. There's a whole wax dummy workshop. But however, though, on the other hands, we don't have any evidence to prove that. We don't have any evidence of the wax dummies. Maybe that waxwork head? Maybe the waxwork head. I'll just press this for now, it's fine. Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Syed absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then.
I don't know why, but to me, personally, the name Courtney is like possibly the least sexual name of all time. It's like not an attractive name to me even remotely. I don't know what it is. I guess it's because I just never knew anybody named Courtney that I was attracted to ever. For me, growing up, most Courtneys were like moms of other kids. I don't know. I never knew any like Courtneys. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Maybe it's just not a good name. But I've always felt that about the name Courtney for some reason. It's never done anything for me at all. There are some names that are good names, and Courtney is not among them. To me, Courtney is in the echelon of names like Mildred or fucking Gertrude. Like a Mildred or a Gertrude type. It's like Courtney to me. It's just completely, there's nothing appealing about it.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Bop out, bop out. Okay, so somebody who looked identical to the victim, but we're not going to be able to do anything with that. Okay, everybody saw the thing crash into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yeah, see, I think that's what it is. I think it's like I just didn't know anybody attractive named Courtney. When you're still young and your brain is still malleable like Play-Doh, then you can be affected to have like different opinions of names based on people you know. But for me, I never knew any Courtneys. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? I was busy doing my robot dances. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. You stupid. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How do you know that? How would you have come by that information? Yeah, see, he knows what I'm saying. Even an infernal recluse like me tends to read the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he's been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to have belonged to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so, I don't know. Part of me still thinks that this dude's not even dead. The guy who is the victim. Because there is the whole trapdoor thing and the body double. But it's possible that that was his plan, and then Enoch just murdered him anyway, for his own unknown reasons. But I don't know how he would have pulled that off. They said that, like, he was stabbed with the screwdriver, so... yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he would have pulled that off. Possible, though. It was no trick. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of the device either. Not a shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Let's press this just for the information. This probably isn't important to this current, but it's gonna be important later. That he met the professor 1 year ago via Mr. Asman. So, you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, but that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous inventor, it was no concern of mine. Sorry, investor. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. Hey, what's up, Alulim? Alulim is fucking speaking the language of Japanese again, bro. I'm gonna need Miss Suzato in here to translate what the fuck Alulim's trying to communicate to me. Alulim is so hard to communicate with ever since he became a Japanese man. Ever since Alulim was in that Jeff Goldblum The Fly-esque experiment where he was merged with a Japanese man's brain, it's been so fucking hard to talk to his ass. Here's a question I have. If anybody watches on mobile, you know how mobile Twitch has like a weird chat overlay thing over the screen? Does that just completely cover my webcam? I feel like it does, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure though that the mobile thing just totally covers my webcam. I haven't been able to test it on my end because like the creator dashboard looks different. It doesn't have the same thing popping up. It definitely does, man. But I want to keep it in the bottom right. I like when it's in the bottom right. Maybe I should move it to the bottom left. Maybe I should just try moving it to the bottom left and see how that goes. It depends though. Sometimes you have to switch based on the game. So many games have shit in either the top left or the bottom left of the HUD. And that's prime real estate, man. Everybody wants to fucking put their shit in the bottom left or top left. But so do video games. You take a Dark Souls, for example, both of those have really important HUD elements. This fucking mosquito's gotta die, bro. That shit just buzzed by me again. I saw his ass flying in circles. Did you know there's a new species of mosquito that's become the dominant species that exclusively goes for your ankles? It's been popping off in the US because like people don't check their ankles as much for mosquitoes. So it's fucking, that thing's been rocking it. Oh, he's just asking how I'm doing. I'm doing pretty good, Alulim. We're trying to catch this vicious murderer guy who looks like Sephiroth. And he's being a little fucking dickly. He's trying to convince me that he didn't murder everybody when he clearly fucking did. Because he's an asshole. And he's got hair down to his asshole. It's probably tucked up in there too. Upside down at the top left. That would be a good webcam. That's like a fucking, that's like a spider cam. Spider-Man webcam, if you will. I could sneakily move myself all the way across the screen, just kind of slide over to the left side. And then I could slide all this stuff over here. Hello. Now, see, now I'm on the other side of the screen. Isn't that weird? You don't have to translate for 107. 107's typing in English, not in Japanese. I'm doing pretty good, Alulim. I'm doing fucking fantastic today. How about yourself? I'm feeling like a fantastic Mr. Fox. Both because I'm doing fantastic and because I'm foxy. I'm just foxy as hell as a man. I'm just so handsome. Well, that's the thing though, is like, watching Twitch streams on mobile is pretty common. I feel like a lot of people do. According to my stream analytics, a lot of my viewers watch on mobile, so I want to make sure that it's like watchable on mobile, you know? This makes a lot of sense for the mobile layout, because like if I'm in the bottom left and chat is in the bottom right, then only the chat gets covered up by the chat, which makes so much sense because they don't need to see that anyway. It's already on the chat screen. So I'll try being on the left for now. Alulim says, I love Among Us. Really, Alulim? Who's your main color in Among Us? What's your favorite Among Us color? He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine. It was no trick. Man, this is so hard. All the spectators saw it crash at first. See, Ameliatar watches on mobile. Great example. There you go. Hi, Ameliatar. You can see me now for the first time ever because I was always covered up by the chat before. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those at the time, yes. Were you not there at the... Oh, I already pressed this guy on this one. My bad. It's John's Wabuda. It's John's Wabuda. Alulim, how dare you say it's John's Wabuda? You sick son of a bitch. How dare you, Alulim? You're getting dismembered with my chainsaw. The, what do you call it? That movie we watched last night gave me so many new ideas for murdering people. Oh, okay, so you can also make it so the chat doesn't cover up any of the stream. Gotcha. So I'll move myself back over now. Goodbye forever, Amelia Tar. You'll never see me again, because I'm going back underneath the chat. All mobile viewers are now inconsolable, because I'm gone forever. I got hidden. Lord John is a pig. That's a fucking good sentence, just in general. Yeah, I know my name in Japanese because Alulim always fucking spams it at my ass. My name in Japanese is the smiley face and then the E and then the winking smiley face. It's the first 3 symbols of that last sentence that Alulim posted in Japanese. I found out how to recognize it because he would always post sentences with my name in it. What? You can still see me? How? What dark magic is this? This customer is teaching everybody how to bypass the mobile restrictions. It was the unveiling of a machine I'd labeled over for many months. Just Cusper, you a troll, dude. Just Cusper was trying to troll me. He was trying to troll me into moving my webcam all the way across the screen. He was trying to trick me into putting my Spider-Man webcam, my Spider Cam. He wanted me to go upside down from the top of the screen. That's honestly an amazing idea, though, in general. Because, you know, the biggest problem with being in the top left or the top right is that you're just a floating torso if you have a green screen. It's like the most awkward cutoff ever. But if you're a spider screen, then you just dangle from the top. And then, you know, you're totally covered with it. Forensic science is at a level where such things cannot be determined. Man, shut this dude up. I'm just gonna try pressing everything to see if there's anything I haven't pressed yet.
Hold it!
I don't remember. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. As we all know, engineers famously don't understand science. That's just a little life hack that's so true. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Is that a thing? They get like a different alphabet for foreigners in Japan? That's pretty cool. You know what else is cool about Japan? This is actually, I swear to God, this sounds like something I would make up because it's funny, but it's actually true. In some places in Japan, they think that you're a nasty, dirty, disgusting foreigner, so they don't want to handle money directly that you try to hand them. If you go to Japan, a lot of places will like slide out a little tray for you to place money in because you're a nasty, disgusting white pig and they don't want to handle your money. So you just have to like put it in a little pig slop tray for them to take. That's actually real. It sounds like it would be made up, but it's completely real. When Japanese customers are buying something, they just hand them the money, the guy grabs the money directly. But with foreigners, they don't want to touch, like, your hands. They don't want to touch the same thing your hand is touching. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Fucking roasted, Ryanosuke. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point... Oh, this is Van Zeeks. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Oh, okay, so we just have to prove that it was stage trickery. It was no trick. Okay, so he says it was no trick. So we have to present evidence against the fact that it was not a trick, because it was actually a trick. Okay, so there's two things here, but I don't know which one it wants me to press on. Basically, spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash into Crystal Tower. We established during the last trial that the birdcage was hidden inside of one of these hot air balloons, which was then shot with a crossbow, and that way it looked like it appeared in the air and then it plummeted because it was secretly inside one of the balloons. So I could present the torn piece of cloth from the exploded balloon against this statement to show how the birdcage appeared above their heads, or it might want me to present evidence against this, the fact that the machine was not a trick. Because we have this one photo showing the machine like split open at the center, which kind of proves that it was a trick because the floor falls away. But that's kind of more of a stretch, I think. I'm gonna try the other statement first. I'm gonna try this one. Come on, work, please. No, it didn't work. Fuck. That last statement would seem to be at odds with the evidence. It was at odds with the evidence, you stupid. I just explained how it was at odds with the evidence. It just seems to jar. I think I actually don't know what it wants from me right now. Because none of the evidence seems that directly connected, you know? Sometimes there are evidences that you just have to kind of stretch for, but usually it's pretty clear what's going on what. I'm gonna try pressing everything again to see if anything changed first, and then I'm gonna try more evidence.
Hold it!
Because I'm already stuck, I don't know what it wants from me right now. It's because you're foreign. That's crazy, dude. Did you know that in Japan, too, they all have like a crazy family crest that they have to keep track of? If you want to be able to buy shit, anything in Japan, like if you want a house or anything, you gotta provide like a crest, like a family crest. And shit like that. It's like part of their identification information. It's very weird. You gotta go? Peace out, Noah Nader. Hope you enjoyed this stream. I'll catch you later, dude. We're gonna solve this murder mystery in the meanwhile. We're gonna figure out how this man murdered stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna do that next for sure, the trapdoor thing. Because, but again, it's something that's not really direct, so I'm scared to lose more points so early on. Like, we're at the beginning of this, and they've said that this is gonna be the last string of the case, so it's definitely gonna get pretty intense. I don't want to lose any more pips if I can avoid it.
Objection!
Objection! But that is probably the next best bet. Sometimes if you press statements, old statements will get like new information added to them if you press those old ones again, so I'm just checking. Just being thorough. Okay, if this one doesn't work, then we're gonna try the trapdoor. Boom, boom, boom. It's definitely possible. Like I said, sometimes it's a real stretch in this game, like what you're actually supposed to present. Meow meow. Doo, 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 doo. Yeah, okay, it wants me to do the trapdoor for sure. Because I don't know what else it could even be. Right now, I'm very confused as to what else it could be if it's not this. Bring Toby back, man. I want the dog to come back. I hope Toby shows up as a witness. Do you remember in Ace Attorney 3 when there was a parrot as a witness? That shit was fucking awesome. Was that 3? It was one of the first 3 Ace Attorney games. They actually brought a fucking parrot to the stand to be a witness. That shit was awesome. Okay, it was no trick. I'll show the trapdoor. There you go.
Objection!
Nope, it's not that. It's not, we're gonna game over. We're gonna get a game over. He's kicking me out of Japan. God damn it. I I only have 3 pips left and we just started. I might actually get a game over here. That would be the first one from the whole Ace Attorney Chronicles. If we get a game over here, that would be historic. I don't think we game overed at all in the first game. What does it want from me? I don't get it. Did the victim have a twin? So, if it just said he needed a body double, I would present the wax head, but it doesn't say that. It says, does the victim have a twin? So it's gonna clearly ask me if I can present a twin, which I can't. All the spectators saw the thing appear over their heads and then crash into the crystal tower. Maybe I have to present this photo? Because it shows the balloon getting popped? I think I'm gonna get a game over. I think I'm gonna get a game over, and it does not feel like it's through any fault of my own. Die, mosquito, die! I'm being mosquito trolled too. I'm gonna blame all of my poor performance on being mosquito trolled. Pseudonym, the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Aha, this could be important, but I don't think for this, though. But it does prove that there was a body double, because the Professor Waxwork had a piece of the broken tower in his shirt. This is just so weirdly worded. Like, all these statements are so strangely worded, I don't know which one wants what evidence. Meow, 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 meow. The victim have a twin. No, he didn't have a twin. No, no, no. I'm just gonna read all the descriptions, too. Maybe they have something important in the item descriptions that I don't remember. It was found under the experimentation stage. There are scorch marks at the edges. Okay. I'm trying, just because I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard not to fuck this up. But it's so impossible, though. Meow, 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 meow. The crossbow belongs to Mr. Enoch Drever. A metal screwdriver that was found in the grill of the kinesis machine. No, but it doesn't say that it was the murder weapon anymore, so that's not gonna work either. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't help. Do. It was crashing down into the tower. Yep, that works. Crystal glass. Chocolate rain. Oh, I can examine this. Maybe there's more examination that needs to be done. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Oh, science trophy, right? It's a prestigious award for a young scientist. No, that doesn't, god damn it, that doesn't help. It does prove that he's lying about not understanding science, but that's not one of the statements, is it? Meow, 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 meow. I think I'm gonna die. I've got bad news, I'm probably dying here. I think we're gonna die horribly. Perhaps the science was flawed somehow. Dude, I don't know. I legit don't know what the fuck it wants from me. I'm so confused. He says he doesn't understand the science. But there's no statement to present it again. There's no statement to present him not understanding science again. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it just because in that pressing of that one statement, it clearly says that he doesn't get the science. I don't know. I really don't know. I might try it though, because I don't know what the fuck else it could be. crashed head first. Oh, you know what? Maybe it is that. Maybe it literally is just semantics. Maybe we do actually just have to argue semantics. Yeah, I'll try it. Good call. That's a really good call. I did not even think about that, but we could just totally go for the semantic argument. It says it crashes head first, but the birdcage is damaged at the bottom. Damage at its base. I'll try it. It's better than any of the other shit I have. Let's do it. Present. Yes! Good call, 107. 107 got us through. Let's go. I have no confidence that I would have gotten through that without getting a game over. I've got no confidence I would have not game overed there. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. That is a dickling little thing, though, I have to admit. That is pure semantic argument. Like, who cares which direction it fell? I can't believe that's actually the solution. That is a dick move, Ace Attorney. That's also just a phrase, crashing headfirst into things. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location that damage took place in. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's so dumb. You know what? We'll take it. We got through and we only lost 2 pips. I'll take it. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So, we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these 2 facts is to accept that there were 2 birdcages in play that day, which at some point were switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Oh, hell yeah, the music is kicking in now, too. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, 107 fucking killed it there. I would not have gotten that. I swear I would not have. Like, I didn't even register that as being genuine information that was being conveyed. Like, I legitimately just read that as the phrase crashed headlong. That was a tricky one. That was really hard. Gag! Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness! Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first, that's not a phrase, into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. See, if they had said crashed head first into the tower, that would be a very different sentence. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. Go. What do you have now, Drebber, huh? A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only 1 vertebra, actually. Is this his theme song? Mr. Dinkenstein's theme song sounds like the theme song of a fucking Santa's little elf, dude. This is not a menacing song. He wasn't quiet for long. What could he be planning? I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth is very plainly demonstrated.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve the matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony.
Elden Ring just got logged onto by D. Weatherly, guys. I doxed D. Weatherly. I actually doxed D. Weatherly so fucking hard that he's currently playing Elden Ring. His address is getting leaked next. But I just looked at my Steam pop-up and it says D. Weatherly is playing Elden Ring. Never add me on Steam if you don't want to constantly be doxed, is what you have to come to learn. Because if you add me on Steam, I'm always gonna dox whatever game you're playing at any given time.
Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him there. He's doing his robot dance. Sir Test, man. No! The legendary sub 1 minute Twitch stream. You love to see it. I think I technically had one of those today. My stream like had a start and stop when I launched it. It was very weird. It like launched for a second and it hadn't updated anything yet, and then it went offline and then it went back online with everything updated. It was super weird. I don't know if it actually counted though. I don't know if it is like stored or anything like that. There might have been 2 stream notifications today, I couldn't tell you. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Yes, there is, sucker! Meow! Wasn't it 30 feet? I don't know if it was 30 feet, but, shit, I actually might game over here anyway, because I don't remember if this is 30 feet tall. I'm just gonna gun it, man. Now that I'm this weakened, I've become empowered to just gun it through every dialogue. I'm presenting this immediately. I think that this tower is probably 30 feet tall, and it could have dropped through the center of the tower and hit the ground down there. And I'm gonna say that was 30 feet. Because that was here. He was sitting here, which is on top of a tower. How my math heads? Any math nerds in here? Does this look 30 feet tall? Look at the stature of the little people down there. And then this giant ass tower. That looks like 30 feet. Roughly.
Don't game over.
Okay, fine. I'll at least press it first. I'll at least press it first.
Hold it!
To see if I can glean any new information. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Hear me. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, you dick. Certainly all spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. I'm gonna try it. I'm pretty sure that it's what it wants from me. But I'll read the descriptions. Is there anything that says the heights? Diagram showing the tower. Wait, let's just look using our eyes! Oh my, look at this though, right? Balloon to this is 30 feet. This to this, that's roughly the same distance. If the balloon was right here, and that was 30 feet, then this should also be roughly 30-ish feet. Speaking of 30 feet, I actually have 30 feet if you guys didn't know. My lower half of my body is kind of built like a tank treads. It doesn't really show up on stream, it doesn't read well visually because I'm always seated in the chair. Well, I'm always parked on my tank feet. But right below the webcam, I do have 30 separate feet, 15 on each side. It's the next stage of human evolution. Okay, I'm gonna post this, and I will win, and I will not get a game over. Objection! No, come on, man! What the fuck? This game stinks, bro. Shit. Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Damn it. I got another little pop taken away from me. We definitely got the numbers at some point, but it never got added to our evidence. Like they literally said how tall everything was. I thought it would work too. I was like 95% on that one. I really thought that was what it wanted from me. What the fuck does it want from me then? I have no clue what it fucking wants from me. Meow, 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 meow.
Hold it!
The victim has fallen from somewhere. Yeah, it's so true, King. The thing did fall somewhere. There we go. A trench in scientific analysis. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue what it wants from me. The birdcage plummeted 30 feet out of the air. This could be the time when I have to press all the statements again. This could be the time where I have to press all the statements again to get new information. I'm gonna try doing that, but yeah, otherwise, I have no clue what it wants from me at the moment. Bow, 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 bow. This is hard as hell. He's very sure of himself, yes. Yeah, I'll try pressing all the statements, but I don't know. This is a tricky one, bro. I get the feeling that since this guy's whole deal is that he's like a trickster, it's like the whole trial is gonna be this shit, right? The whole trial is gonna be really subtle little, verbal tricks. That's gonna be the key to unlocking all the little mysteries. But I don't know, I've got no clue what it could possibly want from me at the moment. It's gotta be that new statement. I have to present something on the new statement, because all that we accomplished the last time we did that was create that new statement. So it's gonna be the new statement.
Hold it!
Got no clue. Save the game. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, honestly. Actually, I'm not gonna save because now I only have 2 pips. If I game over, I'd rather go back to the save with 3 pips and just do that one extra present that we already know. At least now we know what the present is. It's that weird cage thing. Why does it go backwards? Oh, there we go.
Hold it!
Did the victim have a twin?
Objection!
He doesn't have a twin, you fucking simpleton! You fool! I don't have a twin either. I feel like people who have twins are so lucky because you have like a whole other person who looks exactly like you. There's so many shenanigans that you can get up to through the power of twin technology. If I had a twin, I would murder him and make everybody think I had died in a horrible accident.
Hold it!
And then I could just escape to Belize or something and just live on the beach. I mean, I could just escape to Belize and live on the beach without murdering my twin first, but it makes it more dramatic that way, you know?
Attention to analysis.
This is so confusing, dude. I have no fucking clue what they want. There's nowhere else it could have fallen from. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else for the birdcage to have fallen on. Maybe I have to present the fucking photograph for some reason and just point to the tower. That would be incredibly annoying that I lost a pip on this shit, but it's possible. It's possible I just actually have to present this photograph and then click the tower, and then it's like, where else could it have fallen from? You press the tower instead. So instead of the photograph that literally shows the tower and where you fall, it wants me to just show the tower itself. That's possible. It could be. I don't know though. I'm gonna be right back so I can go refill my water because I ran out again. But once I return, we will continue this. I guess I'll try this next. I'll try presenting this evidence. But sit tight real fast and I'll be back in a few. I'm back, baby. I've returned yet again. And this time I have water again. Oh heck, someone died? Yeah, unfortunately. This nefarious man who is green and looks vaguely like Luigi. He's dead. He was horribly, tragically killed in a big dropping experiment. They did the classic tie your friend to a wooden rocket and drop him off of a tower prank, and it did not end well. It was basically medieval Jackass, gone wrong. How big is my water bottle? I don't even have a water bottle, I just drink out of a fucking glass. So that shit runs out fast. The other problem is that in a game where I have to just constantly read and do voices, I have to drink water a lot so my throat doesn't get destroyed. Bop, bop. Okay, so I guess I'll just try this. I'm just gonna try this. Like I said before I left, maybe this is the thing. Maybe I have to do this and it's the same exact shit, so I'm gonna be pissed if it's right, but maybe you just have to use the other piece of evidence that shows the exact same thing. That's what it was. Okay, fair enough. I hate this trial, man. This trial fucking stinks, bro. I'm getting robbed. I'm getting robbed of all my fucking pips. Drink Orang Jock. I actually haven't had Orang Jock in so fucking long. I don't know why I haven't had orange juice in so long. Orange juice is pretty good. I don't really drink any juice anymore. I do when I go to Costco. I get these fucking little things of lemonade. They're like little lemonade jugs, and they are so fucking highly concentrated. It's ridiculous. But they're great because you can just have like a little splash of that and then the rest of the cup water, and you basically have a glass of lemonade because it's like so highly concentrated. You got to water it down so much. So I buy one of those for like $4 and they last for months. It's a fantastic deal. That being said, I should look for Orang Juk because that shit is cash. You know what I don't like? If you drink orange juice with pulp, you're a demon. You're actually a white demon if you drink orange juice with pulp, because pulp is disgusting. It's just the consistency. I can't stand it. It's like drinking maggots. I was babysitting a cat. Oh, that's so cute. I tried to climb along. Dang, that's adorable. I love hanging out with cats. My sister has the biggest and fattest cat known to man. It's so cute. I haven't had a cat in a long time, though. Myself. I love them, though. I've never had to take a side. I like cats and dogs both. I think they're both great. Best cat is a black cat. For my money, black cats with green eyes are just so adorable. I love that combination. White cats are also pretty cute, though, I won't lie. Pulp equals agony. Yeah, exactly. See, at least you guys know. At least you know how nasty pulp truly is. Ain't nobody want to drink that shit. It's disgusting. Why would they possibly leave it in? Lazy ass. Could you imagine if you went to fucking buy some apple juice and they just left the fucking stem and pieces of the skin in there? Just pick it out. It's not that hard. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. But what kind of cat was it, Ameliatar? Was it I'm gonna guess calico. I'm gonna guess that it was a nice female calico cat, because calico cats are mostly female. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. Bonk. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. I can't believe that this is actually what it wanted from me. This is so annoying. That's what I said earlier, but it was the wrong thing. No! It was just a different picture of the same tower! That's so annoying.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram.
Yeah, it's just because it wanted me to do this.
The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen.
It's this place. Oh, a tuxedo cat. That's so cute. I love tuxedo cats. My mom has a tuxedo cat. It's the black cat with the white like chest and the white little mouth. I'm gonna present this.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been with to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. My God, it's all that stuff we said 20 minutes ago. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. So mysterious. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, yeah, if only I had tried to present a piece of evidence that showed the stage giving way. That's so annoying. I can't believe it didn't accept both. If they're gonna make it that specific, at least accept both. If we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen from exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene. Bro, I tried to present this and you said no! I'm so mad. I'm actually so fucking mad. This is the piece of evidence that I tried to present and got penalized for, and now he's just showing it himself in a cutscene instead. What are you talking about? How are you gonna penalize me and then use the fucking same photograph?
Good lord! The metal grill that formed on the floor of the machine is undone!
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately! Well, at least we got him. We still have 2 pips to not game over. We still got 2 pips to go. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Oog. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could have only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Whoa! Poor Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
Yeah, imagine if the fucking stupid judge would actually admit that he fucked up and took my pip away. My pip was stolen! It was robbed from me. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. Dracula and Chocula. 2! Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
This is actually true. He's completely right. But I think there's an accomplice. I think there's an extra accomplice. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Yeah, interesting, huh? Interesting how it's always comes back to the forensic investigation team. Ugh! And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which the Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. That is a lot of money. Dang. You know what? That is a lot of fucking money. He does have a negative motive here, because that's giving up a lot of money just for a murder.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one other very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh my god. BRB? Okay, see you in a bit, Noanator. Hopefully too much shit won't have gone down by then. Because things are definitely ramping up at the moment. Huh, so why would he kill?
He's gonna lose all his money.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Ugh.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Oog.
Ugh!
He's definitely happy with himself. Mr. Drebber is pleased with that one.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Huh. He detailed the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment.
It's true.
If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense is a little bitch.
I don't want to, like, keep, you know, pounding the point home, as it were. Just really drilling it into you. However, he does just keck. That's the problem. he literally... 107 thought the same thing. This guy is actually just kecking on me. It's so annoying. I've never been kecked on so hard in my fucking life. This dude is a complete troll. He called me freaky as fuck. And then he started kecking at me. It's so unfair. How am I supposed to focus while I'm being kecked at?
Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised.
I can't, but how did we all come to that conclusion at the exact same moment? He's been cucking for fucking an hour and a half. He's been doing that ever since they introduced him, and everybody just realized it at the exact same moment. Like, it was a fucking revelation that he was kecking.
I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Yeah, get his ass, Naruhodo. Naruhodo got that dog in him, you know what I'm saying? Someone please Photoshop a pit bull's head onto Mr. Naruhodo.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Poor choice of words, considering he does actually have no hand. He has a prosthetic hand. You're being a bit of a dick right now, Ryunosuke. You're being ableist. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Yeah, accomplice! Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
So here's the question. Who's the accomplice? My original thought was that it was the cute witch girl. I thought for sure that the accomplice was Esmeralda Tuspelda. I was like pretty sure that she was the accomplice. But honestly, based on the recent events, it's starting to look more like it's Courtney. It's starting to look more like she had like all the means and opportunity to be the accomplice. Because think about this, right? Like, who has been providing these autopsy reports to this whole time? The forensics team. And if we are to believe that all that shit that he said was public knowledge, that all the people saw this thing very specifically fall head first into the tower, then why wouldn't anybody on the forensics team have noticed that it was broken in the wrong spot? That's literally their job, is to investigate the crime scene and perform forensic science. How would nobody on this highly trained team of specialists notice that very obvious fact, that it's broken in the wrong spot? I think it's Courtney at this point, honestly. Like, Madame Tuspel's was just a hunch, but there's a lot of evidence that points to Courtney being an accomplice. Especially when you consider the case from way back when with the professor. When she was involved with that shit too. It seems like it's definitely her. Oh no, it was Just Cuzbra. Just Cuzbra, stop. Just Cuzbra, you've been kecking way too much lately too. You learned it all from Enoch Drebber. He's a bad influence on you. You become nothing but a fucking internet troll at this point. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. Cuts to photorealistic Just Cuzbra face filling the entire screen. An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. We will take 1 pip from you. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement? Oh no, Just Cuzbra has the fucking Squidward suicide face. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. It's definitely gonna play the Lavender Town theme song when it shows him too. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. We know for sure he had an accomplice. He literally has to. One way or another though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? At least it's not- oh, fuck me, dude. I was literally about to say, at least it's not making me say who it is. Because that's the part I'm not sure of. But no, we actually just have to name the accomplice, damn it. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. I was hoping that the choice was going to be say that there's an accomplice or not, and then he would just do it himself. Somehow, the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel! My lord? You have received a stark warning already. You are nevertheless determined. And I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I don't know, dude. It's definitely one of the girl boss brigade, but I don't know who it is. I feel like it's Courtney, especially because they've been driving home the coroner stuff so much. They haven't even really brought up any Esmeralda stuff. I think maybe she's gonna be another accomplice, like, down the line? But for now, it's gotta be Courtney. If anything, all Esmeralda did was provide the wax dummy at this point. And maybe a murder or two took place in her Waxworks museum based on the bloodstain on the camera, but... yeah, as far as this stuff goes, I'm pretty sure it's Courtney. They want from me. Yeah, why did that guy just slap his own head? When I first saw that animation of him fucking crushing his own head, I really wanted it to just, like, his hands meet in the middle and his head just fucking explodes into a red mist onto the camera. That's what I kept hoping was gonna happen, but they never came through. They never pulled through with that for me.
Take that!
Take that! The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Pussy smiley face? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Yeah, it said that she was like a strong ally of Lord Strongheart in her profile, so that's not good. He is like the head honcho of the justice system at the moment. He's the highest ranking dude we know of. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I am sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Suzato, for your sterling input as always. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now!
the person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Oh my god. You already know it started busting out that crazy music too. I'm actually dancing so fast that it looks like I'm completely still from the sweet beat. If you slow down the stream to 0.1% speed, you can see how fast I'm dancing.
What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensics investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. Oh, Drebber's pissed. Somebody mad. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. The corn demon is eating away, bro. They don't give a fuck.
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Alulim just logged on to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh no, bro. Somebody's about to get cooked like a fucking Christmas turkey, dude. I got bad news. Somebody's about to be cooked like that clip of the Kramer turkey wiggling on the table. Because nobody's gonna fucking stand up against his, Enoch Drebber gameplay. Alulim's Enoch Drebber goes hard. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? It's the dummy. It's gotta be the dummy. I'm gonna present the dummy head against this.
Certainly. If the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I'm presenting evidence. Wait, shit. Oh god, this is another one, dude. Damn it. This is another one where I'm second guessing myself. Okay, so it specifically says that you can name someone as well, which makes me unsure of whether I should present the evidence of that dummy head, which is not a body double. That's literally the word body is in the name. Maybe they're playing semantics again, like with that first one. Or I could present Madame Tuspels, who runs a fucking waxworks, and she deals with wax dummies all the time. All it says is reveal how the body double stunt was achieved. So if I name her, that would be how it's achieved. If I present the head, how does that prove how the body double stunt was achieved? Maybe that's what the game's trying to trick me with. I don't know. They tricked me that first one, no fooling. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna try the head, and I'm gonna reload if it doesn't work, because this feels like a pip robbery. I'm gonna say that the game's cheating, and I'll cheat right back. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
A body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion, some 18 meters above the spectators? Okay, well, based on what he just said, that sounds good. Aha! The body double inside the secondary birdcage was... Please, work!
Take that!
Yes! It worked. We still got 2 pips, baby. We could do it. We could get no game overs. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is it here? Who brought it? Who fucking brought it into court to sit in the corner? What? There it is. It's the spooky Halloween decoration. I'm glad they brought some of the scariness back, because my title for the stream has been very misleading for like an hour, a couple hours. And basically ever since we left the Max Work Museum. But now it's scary again. Now it's definitely scary again, because they brought this spooky gremlin back. They're all sandbagging my sweet deduction.
Objection. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection! You started by indicating the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, you could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Yeah, fucking stupid-ass Drebster. He's sweating, bro. Can robots even sweat? I feel like if that much of you is a fucking robot, you basically at that point can barely sweat anymore. If I wanted to become a cyborg, like cyberpunk style, like Mr. Drebber has, one of the first things I would do is remove, like, the endocrine system, like all my sweat shit. I don't even know if that's the right gland system, but I would remove all my sweat glands and I would just replace it with a liquid cooling system inside my body, like a gaming computer. That way I wouldn't sweat anymore. Sweating is horrible. Imagine never having to worry about, like, forgetting to wear deodorant. Like, you leave for a function and you're like, well, shit, I forgot to put on deodorant, so in 15 minutes I'm gonna smell like shit. You never have to worry about it again. That'd be the best part about being a robot. This, in real life, not even in the video game, like, forget the video game, right? Zoom out from the video game. In real world, in my car, I keep, like, a Batman utility belt of shit I might need. I keep, like, a first aid kit in there, and one of the things I keep in there is a stick of deodorant, just in case I'm going somewhere and I realize I forgot to put on deodorant. You would never have to worry about it again. That's true, if you go to a desert, you would want to sweat. You would definitely want to sweat if you're in the desert. But if I had a robot liquid cooling system for my robot skin, I wouldn't even have to worry about the desert heat. I'd be cool as a robotic cucumber.
What?
Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Gah. I feel like this is a very understated part of the case that I assumed was going to have to do with Madame Two Spells being in on it, but how do you steal a whole-ass waxwork dummy from a waxwork museum without anybody fucking noticing? That's almost more impressive than the actual crime itself. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. The jury's not having it, bro. And that, to the effect of the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Oh, they're gonna kill me.
They're gonna kill me. Is the term two kids in a... That's so true, actually. He probably came in his Enoch copter with his fucking 8-foot-long trench coat and some stilts. And then he broke down the stilts and left them in the coffin, took the waxwork dummy out and rode it out like a fucking centaur. That shit makes so much sense. She just thought she was being visited by like an NBA star. Little did she know it was a killer the whole time. A murderous killer. You got P4G on the Vita? Oh, hell yeah. That game fucking owns. I honestly liked Persona 4 so much. I thought that game was gonna suck, and I ended up loving it. I thought it was so fun. It has that harmonica song in the beginning that goes so hard. I can't wait to try 5. 5 is coming out on Steam, I think this month. Sometime this month. Maybe it's already even out. I'm not gonna play it right away, like as soon as it launches, but I'm gonna do that playthrough in the near future, for sure. It's either gonna be a Saturday time slot replacing this, or a Friday time slot, but I don't know yet which one. But I want to play it so bad. I hope it's good. 4 was really, really good.
Are we to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
The corn demon, don't turn on me. Oh no, this Cusper's game is being blended. He'll never be able to get to the 800-hour mark. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Oh no.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh dear me.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
That's what the corn demon sounds like? She sounds like a fucking actual demon. God damn it, corn demon. I thought if anybody was in my corner in this fucking world, I thought if I maybe had one ally in my entire existence as a lone wolf, it would be the corn demon. You know, somebody that's just always in my corner no matter what. A real ride or die. But it turns out the corn demon was just as fucking crooked as the rest of them. Sending my fucking defendant to hell and shit like that. Put a buyer in the black vase. Come on now. Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
Yeah, the harmonica song goes extremely hard. The thing you'll come to realize about Persona 4 is that the music in general goes very hard. And it plays basically constantly. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you sure you and your fellows are ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear that the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Come on, man. Don't say he's guilty just yet. He didn't do nothing wrong. Yeah, I also hear good things about 5's OST. I decided after playing 4 that I was going to not spoil myself on the soundtrack of 5. So I'm just gonna like listen to it as it comes up in the game. That way I could get my first impressions like on the stream of 5 when that eventually happens. I imagine I probably won't play it any time during like launch month of that game, but it'll be in the near future. It'll probably be like Christmas time at the latest I start P5. You know what I should do? Oh, bro, I should at least start it at the date that it actually starts, if it's anytime, like, recent. I should find out the first, like, calendar day of Persona 5 and start it on that real day, just like Sir Toastman. As an homage to Sir Toastman. If Persona 5 begins gameplay-wise within the next 2 months, I'll do that. I have to look that up. I'll just Google what... Nobody's gonna have that. That information is gonna be so fucking hard to find. Are you kidding me? What day does Persona 5 start on? I want a donut, but it's 1 in the morning. Yeah, that's not the best time to have a donut, to be honest. That's the worst part about nighttime is that you just can't eat anything. You have to make sure you eat earlier. Otherwise, you're just kicking yourself later. I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight. I need to go to the fucking grocery store. I haven't gone to the grocery store in a coon's age. I've run out of like all my shit, except for nasty frozen stuff.
The grounds upon each which of you has decided that the victim is guilty.
Alright, dinner roll call. What's everybody doing for dinner? I'm gonna have rice and peas, probably, because I have that in the freezer to microwave. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. That surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Yeah, he's right. That I don't think I could even break that logic. This guy's kind of based about it. April 9th? Damn it! How did you find it that fast either? Yeah, we're not gonna start it on the real date then, no chance. We're not gonna wait a fucking half a goddamn year just so that I can start the game on the right date. What we'll do instead is eventually in-game loop around to the real date, which will also be fun. It'll be like this. This game is now on October like 25th. So by the time we stream this game next, we'll probably be caught up to the in-game date. Dang, I would have never thought of that. I was gonna Google Persona 5 ending full explained real. And then I was gonna get like really fucking pissed if I somehow ran across a spoiler. That's the worst part, is half the time you look up shit like that, you just find a fucking spoiler instead of what day the game starts on. Pizza! Pizza dinner sounds pretty good. I could just order a pizza, to be honest. But I'm still trying to lose weight, so I don't really want to.
It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
A2 Corn Demon as the Corn Demon stabs her cob directly into my fucking spine, killing me instantly.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
I can't believe that I got betrayed by the Corn Demon. I really thought I could trust her. But she turned out to be just as cruel as the rest, as untrustworthy. Yeah, all I did was Google Persona 5 Joker Death Scene Full, Uncensored Edition, and somehow I found out that the character freaking dies? How was I supposed to know? That shit makes no sense. Something really funny that you'll see people do is if you Google, like, I watch the Smash Melee tournament sometimes, and if you, like, look up a match, right, there will be people in the comments talking about the match, which inevitably leads to who wins. And whenever you see a comment like that, there's 80 people beneath like, How dare you spoil? How dare you spoil who won? And it's like, motherfucker, watch the video. Why are you reading the fucking comments while you're watching? Just watch the video and then read the comments. It's not complicated. The comments are talking about the video directly above them. Just watch the video first, then go to the comments. It's an easy order of operations.
It seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembling that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it is as Mr. Asmon's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from coming to end prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. You can present evidence to the jurors? Yeah, so this segment, I have to present evidence to the jurors, and then I also have to present jurors against jurors. Like, when their statements contradict, I have to pit them against each other until they agree that I'm right and they're stupid, and that they can all burn in hell. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
Let's press that. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him.
That's coming across loud and clear. Okay, cool. Okay, so we'll probably have to press this. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner, but I actually think she's right is the thing, so I don't want to press it just yet. I've had my own problems with the police. I do not trust them much. That sounds like a weak link. We could probably do something with this guy. Alright, let's press this. There's no proof the waxwork was in the birdcage. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry!
I'll grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have to be no use of a real person for, and such. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're gonna make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not?
Oh!
Save, yes, you're definitely right. We haven't saved in a fucking hot minute, and I don't want to lose no more pips. Do I have evidence?
that the waxwork was inside the balloon? Not really. I've become trapped inside the balloon. Remember the I've become trapped inside the balloon video? The investor enters into a contract with the provider to fund labor and materials. Mr. Trevor is to receive 30% of all remunerations. Must hold this contract. Both parties are alike. Oh, glass. Yeah, you're super right. It's the glass. The glass in his pocket. We do have proof. Yub. It was inside the closing of the Professor Waxwick. Just cause we're picked up the glass and fucking ate it like that big Mexican guy in that animated movie. He snatched it out of my fucking hand and ate it right before my very eyes. And then he smiled a bleeding glass-filled smile and ran off. Come on! I guess I could try presenting this. Yeah, I can produce that. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Flops out 8-foot-long cock that unspools and rolls right up to the guy's feet. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that bird cage. Namely, glass! That is true. It's kinda on them for flavoring the glass so deliciously. You would think, if anything, you would try to discourage people from eating glass, but I guess not in jolly old England. We'll try this. Yes, it's working! Whenever the pips disappear, I can sigh a breath of relief, because it means that it's not taking pips from me. What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated? Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Yeah, I appreciate juror number 4. He didn't actually change his mind, he's still voting guilty, but at least he's receptive to it, you know? He's receptive to the fact that maybe he's wrong. It leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was in the cage. Okay, so we'll pit him. Somebody said something about that. Aha, this one. Juror number 2 said the waxwork had nothing to do with the coroner, and then this guy said the waxwork was inside the birdcage. If the coroner was fucking around with the birdcage, they would have known the waxwork was in there! Don't slam your corn. Don't fucking slam your corn. You're gonna get it dirty. They don't wipe these tables down. You're gonna eat that in 2 seconds. You're gonna feel real sick. Corn demon. Corn demon! Yeah, I'll try pressing them against each other. I'm safe first. That's true, yeah. Early England was ahead of the game on that. At least that one guy. At least that one old man. He doesn't even give a dang if this guy was wearing a black coat anymore. I'm gonna try it. This makes sense, right? The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner versus the waxwork was inside the birdcage. I kind of have a bad feeling about this too. I'm backing down. I'm backing down like a real coward. Like a complete hero, I'm backing down. Autopsy report.
photograph of the... He's in the birdcage, though. He's literally inside of the birdcage. The photograph that was taken by the forensic team that she heads up, that she then brought him back. It was in the birdcage. I'm doing it. I'm letting it rock. Please! Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. It's not working. Well, Mr. Foreman. Oh, there's to be a new Sherlock Holmes adventure published next month by the looks. But, my lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening. Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in any case. Miss Susato, no one is listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo. No, my pip! My pip! Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. Ugh, it sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I better think again. Shit, I have one fucking pip left, dude. That's so scary. Damn it. I guess that was too much of a stretch. I guess there's too much blanks to fill in between those. That's definitely where we're going with this for sure, because that's a complete contradiction. But I guess we gotta fill in some more blanks first. Let's press this first. Let's press statement 2 first. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection. Bitch, we do! Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. That's literally what my thing was. You know who to put him against? You can give your idea if you want to. Someone just logged on to Persona 5 Strikers, which sounds like it's some sort of Persona-based soccer game. Corn Demon? Accusing someone without evidence. It could be. It actually could be. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reload the back when I had 2 pips. I'm gonna reload back to when I had 2 pips. And then we'll try 107s, because if 107 is wrong, then I wasn't wrong. Why should I have my pip taken away? Just because 107 was being a fucking troll. Just because 107 was being a troll gamer. So we'll try this. We'll pit. I think this is true though. It sounds right. Because he literally says the presence of that piece of glass leaves me without doubt. And she says there's no evidence. I'll try it. Those 2 statements. 107, you sick bastard. You tried to get us game overed. If you could put down your... Oh no, he was right. Wait, maybe he was right. He just started off the same usual way. Whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the Waxworks model was inside the birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
That's fair. That's fair of her. Yeah, she's definitely ingesting many fucking diseases at the moment. She was slamming that corn against the counter way too much. All of the people sitting next to her should slowly become covered with corn slime every time she slams it against the desk. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a matter of science, not to pursue the matter further.
Bro, I already did that, though. But maybe the corn demon is switching, too.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this Brady gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Yeah, corn it up! Okay, let's go, Corn Demon. Corn Demon's slightly redeeming by being one of the first two to switch back. Success, if you can call it that. Of course he's got some evidences. The possibility it warrants further research. Oops, no, I didn't mean to. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this. And it's the most puzzling part, too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. Okay, so we just gotta get a little bit more. We gotta get 2 more people on our side. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. I've had my own problems. It seems like this one of the waxwork having nothing to do with the coroner, and then this one of she'd never been an accomplice to anything will be really important, but they're not good yet. We need a lot more shit first. Because they don't connect just yet. Mr. Bitches. They fucking wish, dude. I guarantee you that Mr. Ace Attorney gets 0 bitches. Exhibit A. He's a dripless wonder. Exhibit B. He doesn't even solve any cases without the help of Mr. Herlock Sholmes, who definitely pulls. Mr. Herlock Sholmes can definitely pull, but Mr. Ace Attorney, I don't think so. Let's try pressing this. Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind the slaughter on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to the case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the body. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo is known in some circles as Mr. Bitchless. He has a whole musical number about it and everything. He's Mr. Bitch Miser. We already pressed this, I'm pretty sure, but I'll double check. Yes, we did press this already. I'm gonna press everything, because I have way too few pips to be faffing about doing nothing with them. I am Dracula! So this guy had problems with the police. What sort of problem? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oi, dang! Aha, pursue this guy! Don't spin the gun on your fucking finger, you simpleton! Do you have something in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who you calling a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes said he looked like Mr. Ottermole. That was like 8 hours ago, so you probably don't remember. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Please just have the gun go off and fucking blow his head off. One less juror to deal with. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name. Courtney Stevens? That's what it said in the other report. That's what it said in the professor autopsy report. Courtney Stevens. Aha. It's looking more and more like maybe they are in fact one and the same. Courtney Silent, Courtney Stevens. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Is the name really going to be important, though? I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew of her, of course. A legendary coroner, even then. Okay. It was Courtney Stevens back then, a legendary coroner, even then. I'm gonna finish pressing this guy. It's probably super not important, but I'm gonna finish pressing this guy because the way that works, essentially, the pursuing thing like I just did, where you jump down some other train of thought mid-press, this guy essentially didn't get to finish giving his testimony because the other guy interrupted us and we started chasing him instead. So there could be more in this guy's statement that's not to be seen yet. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming that this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large view Scotland Yard, is it? I guess so. Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what might happen at home. Wakapi, I would be a godlike detective in real life. I'll have you know, Wakapi, I haven't even gotten a single game over in this entire game. 2 games in a row. We're 2 games straight so far. And we've never gotten a single fucking game over. Wakabi, you've gotten literally thousands of game overs in this game. You're a fucking Dark Souls hollow. Still trying to get through Ace Attorney Chronicles. Meanwhile, I'm just cruising. I'm just cruising through. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. Solid pun, Ryanosuke. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Okay, so yeah, nothing else important happened there. They were just basically asking me to, chase down the other guy's statement. So, he's had problems with the police. Oh, fucking god, I keep trying to go to the other guy and I can't. He's the first one for some reason. She was Courtney Stevens, a legendary coroner. A legendary courtener, you could say. Utter nonsense to think they would be... I think it's this. Utter nonsense that they would be conniving with each other. And then Courtney Stevens back then. Actually, no. No, that doesn't make sense. This one is definitely important because we had to amend it, which means this is going to be one of the two that we have to use. So it's going to be 6 versus... Waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. I have had my own problems with the police. I do not trust them. Why did I make a face like I was holding in a shit? Just because I've got bad news for you. You misread that situation basically in reverse. I was shitting myself violently so I wouldn't have to BRB because I was having too much fun gaming. Sometimes when you game, you have no choice but to make a stink bomb or two in the pursuit of gaming. Yeah, okay, so this is it for sure. This is definitely the connection. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, now that the name is revealed, this is the connection. She was Courtney Stevens. The waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Yes, yeah, that's the connection for sure. It's 2. We pit 2 against 6. She was Courtney Stevens, and then the waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. It does. It doesn't have to do with the case directly, but it has to do with each other for sure. Because she was involved with the case of the professor, the real professor, not the waxwork version. Come on, please work! I beg you! Those 2 statements clearly... Oh god, dude, whenever he says that, that scares the shit out of me. Whenever there's the generic dialogue at the beginning, please don't pit me. Good gracious! Whose statements do you refer to, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
It's working! It's working! I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement? It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark, you little bitch. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. It's working. We're not going to lose a single other pip for the rest of the case. It's really happening. 0 game over. The unprecedented 0 game over run continues. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does it have?
Wakabi, do you own a samurai sword? Wakabi seems like, to me, the kind of MF who owns a samurai sword, to be totally honest with you. It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the serial killer known as the Wakabi.
The professors! But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens!
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light!
It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Dr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Dig-a-dunk, dig-a-dunk. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary.
This girl is so over the top, dude. She would absolutely be all about that Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix series, man. She would be binge watching that as we speak on Netflix if she lived in the modern day. She would definitely have 8 separate true crime podcasts on her Netflix account that she would just watch on the daily.
We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Oh yeah, baby, I've done it. But what about... Yes, okay, thank God. Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. I was scared there was going to be another part of this too. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Come on, bitch! Let's go, baby, we did it. Yeah, she definitely has fucking all sorts of true crime books. She's definitely obsessed with all those mass shooter cases. She's sending fan mail to all the killers. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. That podcast, one podcast of true crime shit, actually ended up, it was like a straight up Ace Attorney in real life. There was a podcast that was, if you were around like 10 years ago, for those of you who aren't still fucking fetuses floating in the amniotic fluid, there was a true crime podcast that was called Serial that was about this one specific killer, and they're like, maybe this guy isn't actually guilty. And just recently, like literally just the other day or the other week, that dude got let free from jail because it turns out he didn't do it. One of those true crime podcasts actually ended up like helping out a guy. It put like a bunch of eyes on this old case that nobody was... He'd been in jail for like 20 years or something by the time they finally released him. It definitely never would have gotten looked at again if it wasn't for that podcast. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! We fucking did that shit because we are gods.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
The problem is this doesn't actually help us, like, at all. We're still on the fucking verge of death. Because we didn't prove anything during that except that she had a different name 10 years ago. So, like, we didn't accomplish shit, to be totally honest. All we did was, like, delay the inevitable game over that's still going to happen. A waxwork of the despicable motherfucker professor! Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Dr. Drebber and Dr. Sneed. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned. Yes! It's the witch lady! Madame Two Spells. Alright, listen. Don't let your fucking jaws hit the floor and don't let your eyes pop out of your head and say awooga when you see Esmeralda, but she is coming back for sure. She's actually returning to court, finally. She wasn't in the whole session today, that's crazy. She's definitely the baddest Ace Attorney girl by far. Usually the Ace Attorney girls are like just normal looking. But then they put in this like sexy Little Mermaid Ursula witch out of nowhere. And I don't know what they were thinking, but I approve. I definitely approve. I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Protrudely. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. That was ominous. That was strangely ominous, Van Zeeks. I don't know what you meant by that, but I hope he was referring to a slightly more literal box than Pandora's box. The courts are now adjourned for 45 minutes.
During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witnesses and prepare for her taking the stand. Madame Two-Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Oh, wait, fade to black? Please give me my pips back. Please! We get a to be continued screen. We might get our pips back. I got my pips back, and then it shows the skiing emoji for sure. Haha, I got my pips back. I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on Miss Esmeralda Two-Spelda. Yeah, Zeke's is definitely a funky little dude. I respect how much he leans into his vampire aesthetic. It's ridiculous. He even has a secret vampire lair filled with vampire bats. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. That was really close. That was definitely by far the closest we've come to a game over. Unfortunately, we're just a little too good at Ace Attorney. Waka B is fucking stamping his feet right now, grinding his teeth. My haters have been waiting for me to fall off. And unfortunately, their bones will blow away as dust in the wind before I fall off. Because I'm still on my bullshit. I'm still on my fucking bullshit. I never lose. The concept of losing is foreign to me. I don't understand it. My greatest curse is that I'll never know the sweet, bitter kiss of defeat.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. How's your Vermintide going, Reanimated Bit? Have you been gaming it up in the Dark Tide?
I can't help feeling...
Oops. Why is there so many fucking free... Dude, there's way too many free weeks going on right now. They need to space them out better. Right now, there's Guilty Gear Strive, Dark Tide, and Fallout 76. Like, all having, like, little free weekend things. And ESO. ESO has the free subscription week.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me. Who's this gonna be? Taking bets on who's this gonna be. I'm gonna guess Jeffrey, the funny talking robot that they introduced last chapter. Remember that robot? He got me! Yeah, they got a fucking white guy extreme in this game. It's not Esmeralda. She's being prepped by the prosecutor right now. The prosecutor is currently giving her her drills, telling her what to say, what not to say on the stand. She doesn't have time to come troll the fucking defense. Oh, close. Dr. Scythe. Dr. Scythe. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. I just thought of the craziest thought ever. Think of this. What if she is secretly Iris's mother the whole time? How fucking crazy would that shit be? Look at her hair. Look at her, and she's a genius scientist, and then look at her hair too. Iris also has the weird thing where she has two, like, curly hair things coming out of the back of her head. And she's 10! And she's exactly 10 years old. What? She has a degree in medicine and she's 10 years old. The timing would line up perfectly. That would actually be kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, she is. This lady is also definitely a giga vampire, as it's known. Oh, I'm sorry, she's LTG, I forgot. I forgore skull emoji. Because Gregson told me! Swag, baby Roo! To think it's been 10 years. That's a horrible LTG impression. I can only do specific LTG lines. I can't do like an actual impression of his voice. It's too hard to pin down. 10 years in the lab, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and bullet ants. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it protrudely. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Oh my god. She's returning. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what her deal is. I feel like she's definitely in on it, but in what capacity, right? That's the question. In what capacity is she in on it? It's very mysterious. Because that last speech she just gave made it seem like she's kind of a good guy who's just like a bit of a lone wolf. Or like a, you know, working outside the rules. That's not the vibe that I got from her, though. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. That is true, the victim was a crime lord for sure, so she might think it's justified. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Even if she has to work with like a slightly lesser criminal, maybe it's worth it to her to take out a bigger one. Good! I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Oh my god, I'm so mad. We only have like 25 minutes left in the stream, so we might not actually have time to finish the case today. I don't know. This case is either going to be 10 more minutes or 10 more hours, and I don't know which it is. It depends on whether or not this professor case is actually going to be solved during this, or if that's going to be the next case. Because, like, we're almost at the end of this particular mystery, the explosion, but as for the actual overall mystery, not even close. Like, there's still so much more we'd have to go through. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Huh? Me confusion. Poor Ryanosuke. Yeah, this is actually very Halloween themed all of a sudden. We got 2 vampires now. We got Van Zeeks and Dr. LTG vampires. And we have a witch. We're gonna have that witch lady on the witness stand again. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Yeah, more games definitely need to just be 5-hour chunks and then they just cut off really neatly, you know? It's honestly a dick move that they don't do that all the time for me, specifically, and nobody else. The Old Bailey courtroom awaits. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Tomorrow, before stream, I have this really cool thing I'm gonna do. I have like an 1.5 to 2 hours little, workshop, basically, that I'm gonna be attending virtually, where I'm going to get to play around with a lot of cool, like, basically cyber forensics tools. So I keep having to check my phone to make sure that that's... I have to, like, reserve a spot, basically. I have to make sure it's going through. I still haven't gotten my confirmation email. If you're wondering why I keep diddling over here, I keep checking my little, status. I'm awaiting confirmation. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. This case takes place a day before my birthday. Let's go, just cuz, bro. Hell yeah. That means that you were the killer all along. Oh, dang. Reanimated bit fucking roasted your ass, just cuz, bro. I got bad news. You got just cuz, bro, fucking snarling like a dog from that one. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. You were talking to me? How dare you? How can you say such a shit like that to me? Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Hell yeah, dude, Madame Two Spells is back. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. You know what else I just realized too? Oh my god, the mask is so important in this. Think about this, right? They specifically said that the details of this case, the professor case, were never made available to the public. So, if we take off the mask and there actually is a face underneath that was modeled, that means Madame Two Spells is also confirmed super involved. Because nobody should know what they looked like. Nobody should know what the professor looks like. Nobody outside of the specific closed circuit should know what she looks like at all. Or know what he looks like. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. She's making the Sholmes wax dummy as we speak. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan. Okay, so I'm gonna need somebody to take this animation of her going like this, and, you know, just send that to me, remove the screwdriver, and I'll just, you know, just send me that specific animation on loop. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now, there are 2 of them! That was a Star Wars Phantom Menace reference that they just made.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
Yeah, unfortunately for her, just the 6th Just Cuzbra army is on the case. They're on the way. They're fucking running in as we speak. Everybody's popping off for her. Most popular Ace Attorney character by far, mysteriously, nobody knows why. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Dr. Odie Asman. I need to go get water so bad because I'm super thirsty from doing all these voices, but I'm just not going to because we have so little time left. I'm just going to try to get through as much as I can. Hope we can get to the end. Pray we can get to the end.
But of course I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit.
They're not all doctors? Says you, fucking Dr. 107? How you gonna fucking know that shit? Everybody's a doctor.
I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps. Yeah, as soon as the witch appeared, I started trying to pick up my cup and it was just fucking splashing all over me. I couldn't keep my hands steady. Yes, but perhaps. Perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor?
The key!
I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what farce you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed! The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage.
That basically means what a shame, if you guys were wondering. That means what a shame, essentially.
It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles.
Oh yeah, didn't she say that the way that her ancestor got really good at modeling was because during the French Revolution, they would always be sitting around at the guillotine to see all the criminals right before they died? So maybe she was doing that too. What principles?
The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting a models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Not the queen.
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, I'm coming. It would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Okay, it's the testimony time. This has to be the final testimony, or we're not finishing it today, basically. If this isn't the very last one, we're not finishing it today, so I don't think we're finishing it today. I got bad news. You're gonna have to stay on the edge of your fucking seats for an entire week. Not until next Saturday at 4 p.m. will we be able to finish this. It's a rumor that shocked society. The impression of the visage was taken from the corpse.
I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Aha! Okay.
A gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself don't believe this. I have seen the special exhibit at your museum. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene depicts it was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh my god, that's horrifying, bro. That's so scary.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Hey! Look at the bottom corner of that picture, suckers! Look at the bottom corner of the picture. Where have we seen that before? Left signature of Odie Asman. Boom, baby. His signature is on the photo. Why? I don't know, but it's there. His signature is on that paper. Dugga 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 wub wub. Interesting. So that is what we saw at the Wax Museum. All the details look correct to me. Number 139. But the one next to it is supposed to say number 58, I thought.
Number 58.
I don't know why it doesn't. That's very mysterious. And obviously the gravedigger is gonna be our boy Garfield or whatever that guy's name is. The camera. Why the camera, right? That was the question. The answer is probably to get a photograph of the face for Madame Two Spells. Yeah, it even says the name. It's Mr. Drebber, not Garfield. I was slightly off.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Movie night tonight? Or Phasmo? Oh, I thought he wanted to do Phasmo tomorrow. I thought he wanted to do Phasmo tomorrow before Smash Sunday. I'm down for whatever. If we do want to do movie night, I could do it for sure. I'm definitely down. If you guys want to do movie night, type the hand raise emoji in the chat.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
First, we're gonna definitely check out the that newspaper article. This waxwork links Dr. Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't been come to light yet. I bet Dr. Esmeralda has something to do with it.
But I'll find it.
I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Dr. Drebber were in on this crime together. Oh my god. I don't want to send her to jail. Listen, she may be a horrible murderer who looks at corpses and makes wax models on their face. But they're like, yeah, I could fix her, you know? She's still kind of bad, though, is all. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor. Yeah, she definitely makes something come to light, dude. Absolutely. An impression of the visage. Let's take it directly from the corpse. Beep, beep. I created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I'm gonna read the newspaper first. Hang on, witness. I gotta read the newspaper. Mr. Deeker's dreadful encounter. Was the Baal Mosque to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention, as reports that Mr. Queen Victoria himself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site. Huh. Magician John Henry Anderson. The Great Flame. Is that real? Is this a real historical thing, or is this a troll? Because another character that was very important famously also died in a great blaze. Bum bum bum! Mad Sheep Rampage. Okay, I don't think any of this is actually important, because the other article is called The Great Stink, which I believe is just Cusbro's high school nickname. Okay. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was worried that I could be discovered. Oh crud, I actually clicked through, sucker. I actually clicked completely through. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. You don't know. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Meow, 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 meow. An impression of the visage was taken from the corpse. I listed the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold just before the interment. I think this is the one. I think this is the one that's a contradiction, is statement 3 here. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold just before the interment. Hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Let's try pressing some more stuff anyway. But I think it's 3. Because if she did it before the interment, then why would the gravedigger need to be there later to see the zombie rise out of the grave with a camera? That doesn't make any sense, right? Unless I don't know what an interment is. I thought that's when they buried him. Okay, let's press this first. I hid there for a very long time. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Ew! Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after the death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis, that's what I thought. Rigor mortis sets in. Turn into a basically action figure. When you die, you essentially become an action figure with karate chop action because all your muscles tighten up. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Bro, rigor mortis is gonna take so long for my ass because I'm super flexible. I don't know why, but I'm very, very, very flexible. And there's no reason why I should be, because I never work out or anything. But I'm just really remarkably flexible, I don't know why. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Called the fucking group meeting, dude, because the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see! So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work, with all the talk of corpses. Wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Two Spells. It's significant! The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
I like how the music cut out for Susato's shitty pun. Leave, Susato! You don't get to stay in our team after that one. Susato's definitely getting removed from the group chat for that shit. Anytime Susato posts, I'm just gonna put a fucking clown emoji under anything she says. She's getting her number fucking blocked. I'm ghosting her ass. She really just said the atmosphere has become extremely grave. Don't even give her the canned laughter. Absolutely not. She does not deserve it. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
She was being extremely cringe. It was before the onset of rigor mortis.
A lot of pussy belongs. You're gonna let me do what I fucking tell you to.
Why did it add the picture? Why did it have the picture? The picture made me laugh. I saw that guy peering at me from beyond the grave. Okay, so this is definitely we'll just finish this one cross-examination, but at least this is an easy one. This is a gimme. This is a direct contradiction to that information we just got. Beep, 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 beep. Isn't it? 10-year-old article. I think so. Yeah, we'll present it.
Objection!
Objection! That last statement would be at odds with the— what? It's not? No! I fucked up. I thought it was. Wait, didn't it say that— huh? It was before— I'm so stupid. It was before. I thought it said after. Shit, because if it was after, then he wouldn't have been able to climb out of the grave. He definitely would not have been able to. My bad. Or my bad. We're gonna finish this one cross-examination, and then we'll do movie night after the stream ends. But the stream is about to end. We stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow we'll be back again for Smash Sunday, and then you'll catch me the following Thursday, returning. And then next Saturday, we're gonna continue this.
Hold it!
We're gonna finish this whole trial. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death? I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Hello, D. Main. How are you doing on this fine, minute?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
What she said in French basically means, yeah, that's right. I'll try to do French translation whenever she speaks French stuff. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
She basically said no in French right there, if you could believe that. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
I'm gonna present it again. I still think it's statement 3? But then, no, because why would we have even gotten a new statement then? You should change your name to Susato. You should change your name to Mr. Susato, to be honest. It feels like it's 3, because if she made the mold before the interment, then her testimony makes no sense, is the problem. I'm so confused. It was before the onset of rigor mort. What? Honestly, let's check out this. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. 17th June. Yup. I honestly don't know for this one. I honestly don't know what it wants from me for this one. It could be the mask. I mean, the giant mask. She kept saying she was fucking around with his head. But I think she might have talked about the mask during the testimony anyway. I'm about to get off. We're actually totally out of time. We're completely run up against the clock here, so maybe I will just end it here so I don't lose any more pips. Part of me wants to rush through just so that we can see like the very next thing, but I don't know what it is. As dawn approached. Wait, here you go. As dawn approached, I was worried I could be discovered. That's not true. It's definitely that. As dawn approached, I either have to present this article against dawn approaching or the autopsy. Because she says she always does it 3 hours after. She says she always does the modeling 3 hours after, and he died at midnight. So it would have been 3 a.m. Dawn doesn't approach at fucking 3 a.m. Everybody knows that. Alright, I'm presenting this. Yippee! It didn't work. It did not work. Come on, man. Dawn is not at 3 a.m., bro. There's an argument to be made. Dawn is definitely a subjective. It's just a period of time. 3 a.m. as dawn. Whatever. I'm just gonna try this. And then I'm gonna rage quit after. Okay, no, it's not working, man. I'm losing so many pips. I'm fucking bleeding pips right now. I have no idea. I'm so stumped on this one, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's right. She did say she missed her preferred timing. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it here. I'm just gonna call it here because I want to do movie night anyway. I'm gonna go feed my dog, and then I'm gonna jump on movie night right after. So if you want to watch movies, go to the movie theater channel in the Discord, the voice channel, and then we will watch movies tonight. And then next week, next Saturday, we're gonna come back and finish this case. Honestly, it's not the biggest deal that we got stuck on this testimony anyway, because let's face it, we're not at the end of the trial. It's not like if I solved this one lie, then the whole thing was gonna unravel and we get the conclusion. I wanted to try to finish it tonight, but we're just not gonna get through it. There's too much. There's too much still to do. So we'll finish it on the following Saturday. Tomorrow, we will be back 4 p.m. Central as usual for Smash Sunday, but unfortunately, that's gonna take us right up to the end of time for Ace Attorney Chronicles. I really wanted to just blast through that last one, but, you know, it is what it is. Why is my Switch at airplane mode? It must have been from last time I was playing it like handheld, if I had to guess. It must have been from the last time I played it in handheld mode. I don't have a good answer for that. I don't know why my Switch is in airplane mode. Sunday Smash. Yeah, basically we're going to be playing Sunday Smash as it's known. And then on Saturday, on Ace Attorney Saturday, we're going to try to finish this trial. I honestly don't know how much of this game is left. We're at that stage in an Ace Attorney game. Ace Attorney games basically are very episodic, but they also have like an overarching story. So we could be at the point where we have literally 1 session left. Or we could have like 5 sessions left. I truly can't tell. We are dealing with a really important case. That's like one of the overarching problems, but I guess we'll see. Hope y'all enjoyed Ace Attorney though, because I'm about to head offline. I'm gonna see if anybody that I follow is online right now so I could do a little raid. But besides that, we're gonna go. And then, again, we will be doing movie night. We will be doing movie night, like, immediately after. So, that'll be in the Discord. I'll raid Viathan. He's actually doing a Halloween movie night right now. So, you can watch his stuff in the meanwhile, because I'm gonna go feed my dog before I do my movie night, so I won't be here for like 10-15 minutes. But yeah, hope y'all enjoyed it, and I'll catch you later. Feel free to join this raid if you want. And besides that, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna go feed my little dog and then do movie night. But I hope you enjoyed Ace Attorney, and I'll catch you at movie night for more. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.